They told me you'd be coming in today. You're green, huh? That's alright, we've all been there. Call me Jim. I've been diving for 27 years, though most days it feels like a lot more. My knees crack when I crouch, my left ear doesn't work right since the incident, and I smell like rust even when I'm bone dry. Listen, you don't get to stay in this line of work unless you learn fast, or get very lucky. Sometimes both. You don't last unless you get good at staying alive. You've probably seen the gear in the hangar already. Those racks of suits, tanks lined up like little soldiers, the dry suits hanging like empty skins. It all looks kind of cool, maybe even heroic. Rescue diver. Sounds noble, right? Let me tell you something early on. The water doesn't care who you are. Doesn't matter if you're saving a kid trapped in a bus or pulling up a briefcase some official once forgotten. The water will crush you all the same if you are not very careful. I started in search and rescue. That was back when I still had the nerves for quick decisions. Lakes, floods, broken ice, things with victims. You'd think it would be the worst kind of work, pulling up people who weren't breathing anymore. But it made sense. It was honest. Somebody's missing, you go down there, you bring them back. You give someone answers. But then you get older, your reflexes slow a little, the kids start moving faster around you. You stop getting the first call, and you start getting asked for help with the weird stuff instead. Well, I moved to salvage, contract jobs, private calls. Sometimes it was for insurance, wrecked boats, lost cargo, that sort of thing. Sometimes it was quiet government work, things that weren't supposed to be found, not supposed to be there. You learn not to ask why. You learn to keep your mouth shut. And eventually, you become the guy they send when things don't make sense. Not because you're smart, but because you've been down there enough times to know the difference between normal and wrong. They don't send rookies to those calls, which is why I'm talking to you first. Training, sure, but also something else. You need to know the stories before you even dip your face under. But I know, I'm getting ahead of myself. I always do when I talk too long. The stories can wait. Let's start with the company. Let's start with what you've actually signed up for. We operate under civilian contract, but most of our names don't come from the public. You won't see any press releases. You won't see our name on the side of trucks. We don't even have a logo on our wetsuits. We get calls through clotheslines, sealed folders, encrypted messages. Some come from the military. Some from insurance carriers that don't want to admit a payout. Others come from nameless people with very expensive watches and no last names. What they need is someone to go down there and get something. Divers are sent out with the understanding that they're not there to solve anything, just to bring it back. No analysis, no theories. Get it, tag it, surface. Doesn't matter what it is. A capsule, crate, a drone, a body, a hatch that shouldn't be where it is. You mark it, photograph it, you leave it alone until they send you the lift team. And you don't talk about it later, even if it keeps showing up when you close your eyes. The company doesn't joke around about privacy. If you're one of those folks who likes to post things, please don't be. Pictures, stories, videos, you're gonna have to unlearn that. We don't talk to the media. We don't write memoirs. We don't give interviews. We don't go on Instagram, okay? There's a non-disclosure clause in the hiring packet with a lifetime duration. Most divers sign it without reading the fine print. Buried in the legalese is a single line. Company is not liable for exposure to content of non-empirical origin. It's not a typo. It's been there longer than I have. Don't ask me what it means. Don't ask anyone. If someone's been doing this job long enough to have thoughts about that line, they don't want to share them. The pay is excellent. You will find that out very quickly. It'll hit your account fast in clean digits. No deductions you don't recognize. No delays. Full medical. Good benefits. You'll think you've lucked into the best job you ever could have hoped for. The gear's top of the line. Every diver gets a full new kit every 6 months. You'll wear things designed for depth and pressure most civilians never reach. You'll use trackers, comms, and imaging tools that aren't sold outside military circles. It's all real. Yeah, it all works. They don't cut corners, that part's true. You'll also notice something else, but not right away. Turnover. It's high. It's not announced. Nobody gets fired. Not really. People just stop coming back. You'll hear about someone transferring. You'll hear a name once, then not again. You'll find a locker that hasn't been touched in weeks, boots inside still lined up like they're waiting. Sometimes the crew will make a quiet comment. He tapped out, or she's moved on. That's all they say. That's all they ever say. And that's probably enough for now. I mean, you're still new, still dry. You'll learn more once you've had a few dives. The right stories always come up on their own. They always do. But I've got a few for you already, actually. The kind of things that get passed down. You don't have to believe me. Hell, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. But for your own safety, you'd better listen anyway. These aren't campfire stories. They're records, field notes, pieces of something bigger that no one wants to talk about officially. I'm giving them to you now before you get too far in, so when it's your turn down there, you don't freeze up trying to make sense of it all. Because you won't. And you don't need to. You just need to know what to look for. I'll start with one I think about more than I should. The rookies like to call it the Angel Dive, though that name doesn't sit right with me. There was nothing holy about that place. The job came through a third-party carrier. We weren't told who flagged the site, just that there was a priority wreck along the coast. Private vessel, registered under a shell company. Coordinates pinned to a sheer cliffside that had collapsed during a recent storm. Half the rock face had come down into the water, dragging with it some old structures that weren't on any official chart. The sonar sweep showed something odd. A void under the rubble. Empty space where there shouldn't have been any. Looked like the land had been hollow underneath. Now that's not uncommon. Limestone does that, especially near saltwater. You get caverns forming over time, but this one was much bigger than usual. Long, deep. They sent us to explore it. Myself, 2 others, and I won't name them. They didn't stick around long after this one, and I don't think they'd want it brought up now. We made our descent just after dawn. Water was calm. Visibility was better than expected. We moved slow, clearing rock fragments, marking paths with lines as we pushed forward. The cavern entrance had cracked open from the cliff like a broken mouth. Sharp edges, collapsed ledges, chunks of earth that still look like they might slide again if you touch the wrong piece. We got about 30 meters in when we found the first one. It was a figure, human-shaped, standing in the middle of a narrow ledge. Arms up, face half covered, like it flinched just before something hit it. We stopped moving the second we saw it. At first, we thought it might be part of the cave, like a trick of the light, or maybe some stalagmite formation built over time around a frame. That kind of thing happens underwater. But as we got closer, we could see the detail. The way the fingers were curled, the lines of a mouth barely peeking through the cracks between the knuckles. It wasn't just shaped like a person. It was a person, or something meant to look exactly like one. A few more meters in, we found another, then another, then a dozen more. They were everywhere, tucked into crevices, standing against the walls, crouched near the floor. Figures all made of the same pale stone or mineral, or maybe something else entirely. Every one of them was unique. Different posture, different face, different moment. And none of them looked peaceful. One was on top of another, hands locked around the throat. Another had their arms wrapped around someone else's shoulders, the two of them frozen in a tight embrace. One had a weapon, looked like a blade, caught mid-swing, as if time had just stopped an inch from impact. One figure knelt on the cave floor with their face lifted upward, mouth wide, frozen in what looked like some kind of scream. You couldn't look at them all at once. There was too much to take in. We didn't know what the hell we were looking at. We kept our mouths shut down there. Of course, no talking at depth. But the cameras were feeding live back to the surface, and someone topside made a comment over the earpiece. Said it looked like something out of Doctor Who, those stone creatures that only moved when you weren't watching. The Weeping Angels. I remember that show. The older version anyway. Back when it ran in the 70s. The joke caught on, and before we were even back on the boat, people were calling them the Angels. They didn't really fit the name, though. They weren't all hiding their faces, and they sure as hell didn't feel like anything divine. They looked more like the statues you'd find outside a church that had been burned down and never rebuilt. After we got back to the surface, I couldn't let it go. I started digging around, quietly, on my own time. No specifics, nothing that would break contract. Just reading. Old logs, shipping records, sailors' journals, anything that mentioned strange rock formations near the coast. It took a while, but I found something. A passage in a Dutch ship captain's log from the 1600s. His vessel had wrecked after a storm, not far from the same stretch of cliff. He wrote about hiding in a sea cave during the worst of it, and what he saw inside. Figures, he said. Stone people. Dozens of them. He called them the Still Ones. He wrote that they were sailors trapped after death. Not just any sailors, ones who had fought or betrayed each other, or left something undone. People who had died with something unfinished. Rage, grief, love, regret. Whatever it was, it held onto them. And the legend, if you believe it, says that the sea takes them. Not just their bodies, but everything left in them that hadn't settled. The cave becomes a kind of purgatory, I guess. A holding place. And when the storms get bad enough, the earth opens up and lets you see what's been waiting underneath. The recovery team came in a few days later. We were told to stand down. They were supposed to clear the area, collect samples, and see what could be safely removed. But nothing ever got lifted out. Equipment kept failing. Reports came back scrambled. Divers rotated off the job without explanation. One of them supposedly claimed the statues had changed positions between dives, but nothing on the official scans showed movement. Just bad footage, they said. Compression glitches. Eventually, the company sealed the whole site. Quietly. They dropped rubble back into the cave from above, reburied it, acted like it'd never been opened in the first place. No record, no follow-up. So if you ever see them during one of your dives, those figures, don't go near them. Don't touch them. Don't take pictures. Don't try to count how many there are, and don't linger. Just mark the location and get out fast. Something's wrong with that place. Deeply wrong. I don't know what those figures are, or how they got there, or why they look the way they do. I just know they don't belong. Not naturally. And if you've got even a little bit of common sense, you will keep your distance. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Then there are jobs that don't involve legends. Just people. Real ones. The kind that do worse things than the sea ever could. We were told it was standard recovery. Dead male, mid-30s. Found floating near the edge of a restricted dock zone in a southern inlet. Water was shallow, current low. The body was wedged between two pylons where debris tends to pile up. At first glance, it looked like the usual, a drowning. Maybe someone who slipped off a boat and wasn't found in time. It was supposed to be quick. Get in, bag the body, mark the position, bring it up, hand it over. We'd done it 100 times. The guy wasn't in terrible condition, considering the heat. Few days in the water, maybe a week. Skin was bloated, eyes clouded. No visible wounds from what we could see through the dry suit window. He was wearing plain clothes, cargo pants, dark shirt, no wallet or ID. Pretty normal. Except for the hands. You get used to weird positioning in this job. Bodies float funny. Limbs stiffen, joints swell, arms bend at angles you don't expect. So at first, the hands didn't seem that strange. Just a little off. Wrong size maybe, or maybe it was the color. Paler than the rest of the skin. Like they hadn't been exposed as long. Once we got him out of the boat, we noticed the fingerprints didn't scan. It's standard procedure now to run fingerprints immediately. We have a mobile reader, connects directly to the lab and flags anything on file. It's not perfect, but usually gives us a starting point. This time it kept failing. Partial match, no match, retry, 4 different tries, no ID. We checked the other hand and same thing. And that's when one of the techs noticed the line at the wrist. Not a wound exactly. More like a seam. We opened the cuff and found zip ties. Tight. 3 per wrist. Buried under the sleeve. Under that, epoxy. Thick, gray, hardened over rough skin like someone had tried to patch drywall. There wasn't even an attempt to hide it. Whoever did it used construction-grade adhesive and a bundle of cheap plastic ties to keep the hands in place. They weren't his. He'd had his real hands removed. The ones attached to him had been taken from someone else. We tagged the scene, took samples, and filed the report like always. It went to local authorities under possible foul play, though that wasn't really in our jurisdiction. Once we hand something off, we're usually out of it. The lab said the wrist cuts had been made post-mortem. No bleeding, no trauma response. Whoever this man was, he'd been dead before the switch. The police never followed up. Not with us, not officially. But a few months later, reports started coming out of Texas and Louisiana. Fragments of bodies found in lakes and shallow water channels. Limbs with different DNA. Heads missing. In one case, a torso was found with 2 different sets of fingerprints. The press called the person behind it Frankenstein. Not because of any science or stitching, just the way he mixed and matched the pieces. There was no clear pattern to the victims. No age range, no gender bias. Some were known missing persons. Others had no records at all. The only thing that connected them was how they were found. Always in water, always taken apart and put back together, never buried. We didn't stop with that first body. Over the next 5 months, I pulled up 2 more. One found in a canal tangle near Baton Rouge, another tangled in fishing net off the Gulf. Same method. Same epoxy, same zip ties, same mismatched parts. Both of them were dumped in places where only divers would ever find them. And both of them had prints that didn't match their wrists. This time, I didn't hand it off and walk away. I got pulled into the investigation, worked directly with a homicide unit out of Louisiana. They'd been tracking scattered remains across multiple states, but until we started finding whole bodies with consistent post-mortem alterations, it hadn't clicked. The killer had a pattern, just not one anyone had mapped. He liked water, preferred it even. He used rivers, marinas, cargo docks, anywhere the currents could carry away skin cells and confuse time of death. Every body had something swapped. Hands, feet. In one case, part of a jaw. Not to hide the victims, but to leave a signature. Eventually, we did get him. Name was Gordon Ellis, 38 years old. Freelance mechanical engineer. Quiet. Traveled constantly for contract work. Boat license, no priors. Clean enough to never make anybody look twice. They caught him at a service yard. Inside a dry-docked trawler he'd changed into a mobile workspace. They found gloves, tools, and samples in chemical storage. The epoxy matched residue from the recoveries. So did the brand of zip ties. So did the make of bone saw, right down to the grind pattern on the blade. He's in lockup now. Somewhere they don't let him near water. And the man we pulled up that first day, the one with the wrong hands, finally got moved from unidentified to confirmed victim. His name was Thomas, 29, been missing almost a year. At least now someone knows where he ended up. This job isn't pretty. You get stuff like that sometimes. Bodies, deaths that weren't accidental, scenes you don't want to think about later. You'll see the worst of what people can do to each other. You'll see what happens when no one's around to stop it. But the point of this work isn't just to pull up the wreckage. It's to give someone on land the missing piece. A body with the wrong hands might help connect the dots. A tagged location might line up with someone else's case. That kind of thing matters, even if it doesn't feel like much in the moment. It's not flashy work. Most of the time it's slow, quiet, and thankless. But it's solid, and, well, that matters. Because when we do it right, when we find the things that no one else could, when we bring back what someone up top needs to see, we give people answers. We help close doors that stayed open for far too long. We help the right people connect the pieces. That's what this job is about. Not buried treasure, not mysteries, just people. Most rookies like you don't see it that way at first. They're chasing the adrenaline. But eventually they get it. One dive at a time. Now, you'll hear a lot of wild stories in this line of work, but the weirdest ones don't come from rumors. They come from logs. And this one came across our desk last winter. A Cold War-era submarine, Soviet-built, diesel electric class, went missing in 1973. Last transmission came in the early hours of January 12. Routine stuff. Navigation update. No distress. No odd activity. It vanished about 200 miles off the grid during a training circuit. Never surfaced. Never pinged again. It was assumed lost to an equipment failure or pressure implosion. Pretty common back then, especially with that generation of subs. The ocean swallows things quick. No debris was ever found. And for 50 years, that was the story. Then last year, it showed up. Just like that. A routine sonar sweep by a NATO mapping crew picked it up on a shelf ledge. Full hull signature, no break, no disassembly, no scattering. Hull intact, sitting upright on the ocean floor like it parked itself there and waited. Coordinates lined up with the sub's last known position in 1973. We were called in to inspect it. The briefing was thin but specific. No sign of collision. No obvious pressure damage. Paint still intact. Original paint, based on spectral analysis. External lights were still operational. The sub's outer shell looked like it'd been laid down last week, not 5 decades ago. No barnacles, no corrosion, no wear. Just dust. That was the first red flag. Even in deep water, with cold temperatures and low current, metal ages, especially on something like a submarine that's been exposed to pressure, salinity, and complete darkness for 50 years. But this one didn't show any signs of age. No chemical wear, no rust, no discoloration. The weld lines looked like they were done that same month. It wasn't just preserved. It was untouched. We approached from the starboard side and entered through the upper hatch. The locking mechanism clicked like it'd been oiled yesterday. Inside, the air was dead still. Emergency lighting flickered on as our movement triggered proximity sensors. Everything worked. Consoles lit up. Backup systems responded. Internal climate was stable. There was no sign of the crew. Every bunk was made, every one. Every locker closed. Tools were secured in racks. Dishes were still stacked in the mess hall. No cracks, no algae, no water damage anywhere. And more than that, nothing was broken. No collapsed bulkheads, no signs of emergency evacuation or decompression. Nothing. Like they'd all just stepped out for a break? The strangest detail was the clock system. Every Cold War sub ran on a synchronized network of shipboard clocks, military-issue timing circuits hardwired into the nav logs, engine cycles, and communications equipment. These subs were built for discipline. Nothing happened without a timestamp. The clocks were still running. Every single one, from the bridge to the engine room, was frozen at 12:44 a.m. January 12th, 1973. Not burned out, not degraded, just stopped. The logs inside were another story. We pulled the hard copy books from the bridge, tightly capped, neat handwriting, daily notations. The final entry was routine, positional data, weather, watch notes. That one lined up with the timestamp. But someone had kept writing after the clocks stopped. 7 more hours of entries. No digital backup. No notes on anomalies or panic. Just logs about power levels, duty rotations, sonar sweeps. Normal stuff. Like they didn't even realize the ship had frozen in time. Then it ends. No final sentence. No farewell. No trace of the crew. 47 men and officers. Not a single one on board. No signs of ejection, no escape pod usage, no recorded oxygen drop. Their uniforms were still folded in lockers, boots lined up under bunks. Everything right where it should be, except the people. Well, we ran full diagnostics. Heat scans, subsurface radar, EM field sweeps. Nothing unusual. No radiation, no evidence of tampering or sabotage. All records matched what the original Soviet reports had shown from 1973. Except for one thing. The sub's ID tag, burned into the inner hull, didn't match its original serial. It was off by 2 digits. A 32, where there should have been a 07. We sent that up the chain. Response came fast. Log it, tag it, seal it. They classified the site and pulled the team within 24 hours. Recovery was ruled out. No samples were allowed off the vessel. It was flagged as historic wreckage, preservation advised. That's the polite way of saying leave it alone. Don't ask questions, and don't go back. I don't think anyone's been there since. Still down there, fully intact, waiting on that ledge, with the lights still on and the table still set, like the dive never ended. There's no damage, no clue how it got there, no answer to where the crew went, and no way to explain what happened during those 7 hours between the moment the clocks stopped ticking and the last time anybody wrote something down. And like a lot of jobs we do, there's no follow-up, just a gap. No one since has been able to explain how a fully intact Cold War submarine disappeared without a trace for half a century and then returned in perfect condition with the lights still on. And that's the part that sticks. Not just the vanishing, but the timing. That sub went missing at 12:44 a.m. All internal systems stopped recording data at that exact minute. But the crew kept logging entries for 7 hours after that, which means either the clocks were wrong or something happened that didn't register on any system. Something that took out 47 trained sailors without a single mark left behind. No wreckage, no flooding, no bodies. Just silence. And then nothing. There are more stories like this than people like to admit. Unsolved things. Strange wrecks, empty ships. Instruments that stop working the moment you descend past a certain depth. Divers who come back different, or don't come back at all. These stories don't get published, and they don't make it into training manuals. They get passed around the same way I'm giving them to you now. I've never been the superstitious type. I'm not one of those guys who talks about curses or fate or ancient things in the deep. I trust data. I believe in evidence. But I've been in this job long enough to know that there is a limit to what we can measure. And past that line, there's just what we've seen. So you need to listen when someone older tells you about something strange they came across. You need to pay attention. Not because every story is true in the way a lab test is true, but because each one teaches you how to notice what doesn't belong. And knowing what doesn't belong, it's how you stay alive. That's why I'm telling you these stories. Not for fun, not to scare you. Because this is how the job works. It's not all gear and skill and textbook protocol. Some of it's memory. Some of it is knowing what happened to the people who came before you and why they made the choices they did. That's how we used to pass things down, before everyone had manuals. The ones who'd seen the worst would sit you down and tell you what they'd run into. Not everything had a perfect explanation, but everything had a purpose. Every story has a lesson. That's what matters. And this one, well, this one reminds you that not every disappearance looks like an accident. Some of them are something else. So here's the rule. When something looks too clean, too perfect, too untouched, you pay attention. If a wreck's been missing for 50 years and shows up with working lights, you don't just treat it like any other sub. You slow down. You ask, why? You mark your time, and you double-check your exits. Because nothing stays untouched that long by accident, and nothing stays hidden that deep unless it's supposed to. Now, you'd think that was the strangest recovery I'd ever done. It wasn't. We got the call from a small port along the southeastern coast of Brazil. Recovery request. No name, body, shallow depth, 80 feet down. The local authorities had flagged it, but didn't have the name or gear to bring it up clean. We were contracted in. The water there is murky, greenish, thick with silt, stirred up by the tides and river runoff. Visibility is low, even on a good day. You don't see the bottom until you're basically on it. That part of the coast is a mess of old chains, scrap, anchors, and half-buried steel from a dozen sunken ships, most of them rotted out since the 80s and 90s. You learn not to grab anything too fast. We dropped in slow and worked our way down along the line coordinates. The sonar picked up a dense metal signature, anchor chain, leading off from a collapsed hull nearby. The wreck was listed in records, freighter, sank in 1994 after a fire in the engine room. 37 crew, all accounted for. No known missing passengers. No official recovery attempts had ever been made. The cargo wasn't worth the trouble. The body was found 20 feet off the stern, tied directly to the anchor chain with 2 thick wraps around the ankles. The rope was fused to a calcified surface of the leg bones, hardened over time. He wasn't floating. He was suspended slightly above the seabed, back leaned against the chain like he'd been placed there. No movement, no breakage, no visible trauma. He was wearing a tuxedo, black jacket, tie still tight, shirt faded pale gray from the water. The fabric should have rotted years ago in that environment, but it hadn't. It was discolored and stiff, but intact. The skin was hard, smooth, gray-white, and calcified like coral. No signs of bloating, no soft tissue loss. The face was fully preserved. His eyes were open, and his mouth was full of sea glass. Green and brown mostly, the kind you find worn down by the waves. Dozens of pieces packed tight behind the teeth, like someone had shoved a fistful in and forced the jaw shut afterward. There was no damage to the jawline though, no pressure break. The mouth had been open when it happened, or stayed that way. The body was neutral in the water, not sinking, not rising. Still. We tagged and surfaced, then brought him up the next day in a sealed case. Local coroner was called, but they had no database match, no dental records, no ID in any missing persons log, domestic or foreign. No documents in his pocket, no tattoos, nothing. We tried everything we could to find a name. Searched regional wedding registries going back 30 years. Checked for any men listed as lost at sea during their wedding season. Searched the freighter manifest, thinking maybe someone had boarded unofficially. No match. No one ever came forward. We had a body, a suit, a date, and nothing else. When we were still on site, one of the locals, an older dock worker, mentioned something he'd heard as a kid. He told us, "They call him the groom of the bay." Said it like it was normal. Like everyone just knew. He told us there was an old story that got passed down in those towns. Parents would tell it to young couples before their wedding day. A warning, more than a scary story. If you went into the water before you got married, alone usually, and saw a man waist deep in the surf, hands folded, eyes open, it meant your wedding wouldn't happen. The groom would vanish, or the bride would walk away. Sometimes there'd be a storm, sometimes worse. They said if you saw him, the marriage was already over, even if it hadn't started. So, couples were told not to go near the shore before the ceremony. Superstition, mostly. Like walking under a ladder or wearing the wrong color. But people followed it. Even today. Local wedding planners build it into their schedules. No beach access, no dock photos, just in case. When we described what we'd found, the tuxedo, the anchor, the sea glass, they didn't even look surprised. Some of them nodded. They said, "Well, that matches the old stories." Said the man had no name, that he was cursed or betrayed, depending on who you asked. Some said he drowned himself after being left at the altar. Others said he was murdered by a jealous family. The only constant was the water, the tuxedo, and the open eyes. One version even mentioned the glass, said it filled his mouth so he couldn't call out. That part stuck with me. Now, normally I'd write it off. Folklore fills in the blanks where facts can't. But this wasn't a fuzzy sighting or a shadow caught on camera. This was a full body in normal wear, preserved beyond reason, chained to a wreck from a ship that had no record of him, and no way to explain why he looked like he'd been placed there instead of lost. There was no missing person, no crime report, no clue how long he'd been down there. He didn't match anything. But the anchor did. Same metal, same part number as the 1994 wreck. No question. Which means that either he went down with the ship and was somehow never listed, or he was put there afterward using salvaged chain. But the body hadn't aged like something from 94. It hadn't aged at all. Well, we handed it over, filed our report, and moved on. No ID, no prints, no personal effects, no official record to match him to. The body was marked as an unidentifiable male, presumed historical. The file closed within a few weeks. Just another anomaly, boxed up and pushed aside. But, well, I still think about the way he looked. Not panicked. Not peaceful either. Just still. Like he'd been waiting down there for someone to find him. So here's what I'll tell you. When you're working in unfamiliar places, listen to the locals. Not everything they say is superstition. Some stories are just for entertainment, sure, but some are warnings. Old ones. Passed down because people saw something once and decided it was better to remember than to forget. Figure out which is which and take the right ones seriously. Just in case. Well, that is all I've got for now. You've heard the stories. At least the ones I think you are ready for. There are more. Plenty more. Some stranger than you'd believe. Some are a lot worse. But those can wait. You haven't been under long enough yet. These stories, well, they're just the first layer. Like the surface of the water, still and quiet from above, hiding everything underneath. You can listen to me all day. Yeah, it might help. But it's not the same as seeing it for yourself. Feeling that pressure. Hearing nothing but your own breath. Finding something on the seafloor that no one was expecting. That's when it starts to change you. I'm not telling these stories to scare you, okay? I'm not trying to build some big mystery out of things I don't understand. I'm just giving you what the manuals leave out. The kind of stuff the old-timers used to pass down, diver to diver. And like I said before, every story has a lesson. Some of these lessons might just save your life. But don't forget, this job isn't about stories, it's about doing. Diving. Recovering what others can't reach. Not because it's easy, not because it always makes sense, but because you can. That's the only real reason we're down there. We're trained, we're calm, and when things get strange, we don't panic. We surface when it's time, and we shut up when the job calls for it. You'll earn your own story soon enough. Until then, keep your head clear, your gear clean, and your lines tight. Now enough talk. Suit up. We've got a job to do. Hey, Steven here. I hope you enjoyed this story. I love these ocean stories. I always love the ocean, something about it. If you'd like to support us more, check out our Patreon. We do ad-free, music-free, audiobook style over there. It's really good. We do early release over there as well. Thank you for listening to tonight's story, and I hope you have a good night.
The job paid $12 an hour and it required a pulse. That was about the full extent of the qualifications. I had been out of work for almost 3 months when I got the call from Bev Norris at Crestwood Valley Mall. I had applied to so many jobs by that point that I didn't even remember submitting the application. She left a voicemail while I was asleep, and I called her back from my kitchen while I was still half awake. And 20 minutes later, I had the job. Night security, alone, 6 nights a week. My name is Cal, and I'm 34. I grew up about 40 minutes from Crestwood, and I've been to that mall maybe 100 times in my life. Birthday parties when I was a kid, the arcade in the back corner, and the food court with the little Sbarro that my mom loved. I knew the place the way everybody around here knew it, which is to say that I remembered it the way that it used to be, not the way that it actually was anymore. I drove out from my first shift on a Tuesday in February, and the parking lot alone was enough to get under my skin. It was enormous, built to hold thousands of cars, and there were maybe 30 scattered across it like loose change on a table. Security lights on tall poles cast everything in that yellow-orange glow that makes the world look like an old photograph. The building itself was massive and low and dark, with a few lit signs near the main entrance that buzzed and flickered. And Bev met me at the side entrance. She was a short woman in her late 50s with reading glasses pushed up on her head and a permanent expression of mild exhaustion. She handed me a radio, a flashlight, a key ring with what felt like 40 keys on it, and a laminated sheet with the names and phone numbers of people to call in various situations. She walked me through the rounds, which took about 20 minutes to explain and about 45 minutes to actually complete. The mall had 2 levels. The upper level was where most of the remaining tenants were, mostly clustered near the east entrance. The lower level was storage and maintenance, and it had been mostly off-limits to tenants for going on 2 years due to some drainage issue that Bev described vaguely and moved past quickly. The whole time she was showing me around, I was taking in the place. I hadn't been inside in probably 8 years, and it had changed completely in the way that empty spaces change, which is to say that it had stopped feeling like a place where things happened and started feeling like the memory of one. The storefronts were dark and gutted. Some of them still had signage. A shoe store, a jewelry kiosk with the glass cases still in place, but nothing inside of them. A kid's clothing store with 3 plastic mannequins left behind, still dressed in clothes that had probably been there for 5 years. The main corridor was wide and the ceiling was high, and the skylights were dark with night, and the fountain in the center was dry, and it had been for a long time. And near the east corridor there was a carousel. It was covered with a large tarp, lashed down with bungee cords. Even under the tarp you could see these shapes of the horses, their heads and necks pressing against the fabric. I stared at it for a second, and Bev said, almost to herself, that it had been covered since the spring, and nobody could agree on who was responsible for doing something with it. She also pointed out the old arcade at the back of the upper level, tucked behind where the food court had ended. Galaxy Games, the sign above the entrance still said, though the G had gone dark, so it just read Alexy Games in flickering blue letters. The inside was completely dark. Most of the machines were still in there, she said, because the company that owned them had gone under before they could collect them, and the cost of removing them had become one of those things that nobody wanted to pay for. She pulled the door shut and said that I didn't need to go in there during rounds unless I heard something, and that sometimes the old machines made noise on their own because of the cold. At the end of the walkthrough, she almost forgot to give me the rules. She pulled them out of her desk drawer, a folded piece of paper, and handed it to me the way that you would hand somebody a takeout menu. She said the previous guard had left them and that she thought some of it was a little dramatic, but that it didn't hurt to know them. And then she put on her coat and left. I heard her car start in the parking lot and take off. I unfolded the paper and read it, standing at the security desk. There were 7 rules. They were handwritten in neat, careful block letters, like the person who wrote them had wanted to make sure that they were legible. 1. Do not enter the old J.C. Penney wing after 10 at night. 2. If you hear music from the food court, do not follow it. 3. If somebody waves at you from inside a dark storefront, do not wave back. 4. If you smell popcorn and can't find where it's coming from, sit down wherever you are, close your eyes and count to 60. Do not open them before you finish counting. 5. If you see a child inside the mall at night, call the police right away. Do not approach the child. 6. Stay out of the service corridors behind the stores after 11 at night. 7. Never go to the lower level alone, for any reason. I read it over twice, then I folded the paper and put it in my jacket pocket. I thought the previous guy had probably just worked too many nights alone in a creepy building, and had started filling in the silence with stories. I had done plenty of night shifts at a factory, and there's something about the dark and quiet that the brain doesn't like. It fills in the blanks. It makes things up. That first night was quiet. I did my rounds twice, I drank 2 cups of coffee from a thermos, and I watched half a movie on my phone. I drove home at 6 in the morning with the sky just starting to go gray, and thought about how the job was going to be mostly fine. Now I want to be precise about when things started feeling different, because it wasn't all at once. The first 4 nights were fairly quiet, but on the 5th night I smelled popcorn. It was sometime after midnight and I was on the upper level near the old shoe store when it hit me. It was strong and warm, the way that popcorn smells when you walk into a movie theater. That buttery salt smell that goes straight to some part of your brain that remembers being a kid. I stopped walking. I looked around. There was no source for it. The nearest occupied tenant was a cellular carrier store near the east entrance, and they had been closed since 9 o'clock. I thought about rule number 4. I thought how ridiculous it was. And then I sat down on the edge of the dry fountain, closed my eyes, and I counted to 60. It felt embarrassing, honestly. Sitting alone in a dark mall at midnight with my eyes closed, counting in my head like a child playing hide and seek. I got to 60 and I opened my eyes. The corridor looked the same. Dark storefronts, low light, the tarp-covered carousel down the way. But something felt different in a way that I couldn't explain. The way a room sometimes feels different after you've been in it for a long time. Like the air had settled. The popcorn smell was gone. I finished my rounds and told myself that it was probably just the ventilation system pulling something up from somewhere. Old buildings do weird things. That was what I told myself, and most of me believed it. The music happened on my 9th night. I was in the food court doing my pass-through when I heard it. Soft at first, coming from these ceiling speakers. The kind of music they used to play in malls everywhere. That soft, inoffensive 80s pop that just sort of existed in the background of every shopping trip that you ever took as a kid. I couldn't make out the song at first. I took a step toward the far end of the food court where these speakers seemed to be the strongest. I stopped. I stood completely still and I waited. The music kept playing, faint and smooth and oddly comforting, the way that a familiar smell is comforting. I had the strong urge just to walk toward it, to find the speaker that it was coming from and to figure out what was going on. I mean, there was no reason not to investigate. I was the security guard and that was literally my job. But I had stood in a dark, empty mall at midnight and counted to 60 for no reason. And something had changed when I did. And so I stayed where I was. I stood in the food court with my hands in my pockets, and I listened to that music and didn't move. It played for maybe 4 minutes and then it stopped, right in the middle of a note like somebody had pulled a plug. The silence that replaced it was the kind that presses on your ears. I did the rest of my rounds quickly and I didn't go back to the food court until the next pass, and by then there was nothing. Just the chairs and tables and the long dark shuttered storefronts, and the smell of old grease that had soaked into everything over the decades. On my 11th night, the arcade came alive. I was finishing up the upper level pass, coming around the back end of the food court toward the Galaxy Games entrance, when I saw the light. Not a flashlight, not a thin beam of something that I could explain away. The entire inside of the arcade was flickering, machine by machine, like they were waking up in sequence. The glow coming from the entrance was blue and orange and green, old screen colors, the specific light of a dozen games cycling through their attract modes all at once. I stopped at the entrance. The machines were all going, Pac-Man and Galaga, one of the big racing cabinets near the back wall, a row of pinball machines along the left side, their play fields lit up and bumpers flashing. The sound was low but present. All those digital bleeps and chimes and engine noises layered together into something that should have been familiar but wasn't. It was familiar the way that a word looks wrong if you stare at it for too long. There was no power reason for any of this. The arcade had been disconnected from the tenant power grid when the operator had went under. Bev had told me that herself. But I stood at the entrance and watched the machines run their loops, and I thought about the rules. None of them said anything specifically about the arcade. None of them said not to go in, or don't look at the machines, or stay out after a certain time. There wasn't any rule about this, which meant either it had never happened when he was here, or he had never come back from it to write it down. That second thought sat in my chest like a cold stone. I was still standing there when I heard the laughter. It came from the back of the arcade, from somewhere past the racing cabinet and the rows of machines where the lights didn't quite reach. A child laughing, high and clear, the kind of laugh that belongs to somebody who's just won a game or has gotten a good score. The kind of sound that every single one of my instincts said to move toward. I didn't move. The laugh came again, a little closer this time. Like whatever was making it had moved up one row of machines. I could hear it picking its way through the arcade, and somehow that was worse than if it had just been stationary. Something was moving in there, something that knew that I was at the entrance. And then one by one, the machines in the front row of the arcade went dark. And then the second row. Like the light was retreating toward the back, pulling away from me, and whatever was in there retreating with it, drawing back, pulling the brightness away from the entrance and deeper into the arcade. I understood what it wanted me to do. It wanted me to walk in after it, follow the light and the laughter deeper into that space until I was far enough in that whatever waited at the back could do what it did. I turned around and I walked at a steady pace. I did not run. No way I was going in there. Behind me for about half a minute, I could still hear the laughter. It didn't sound angry or frustrated. It just kept going, light and easy. The sound of a kid having the best afternoon of their life in an arcade that had been dark and dead for years. By the time that I reached the main corridor, it had stopped. I sat on the edge of that dry fountain again and closed my eyes, and I counted to 60 without anybody telling me to. When I opened them, the mall was quiet. It was still, and I was alone in it. And the corridor back toward the food court was dark the whole way through. I added the arcade to my rounds as a visual check only, from the entrance and never inside. That felt like the right call. And nothing that happened afterward made me think that it was wrong. On the 12th night, I saw the girl. I was doing the East Corridor pass, coming up on the carousel, and I saw her standing about 10 feet from the covered horses. She was small, maybe 7 or 8 years old, wearing a puffy winter coat with a fur-trimmed hood, the kind that used to be popular when I was a kid. She was just standing there with her arms at her sides, facing me. My stomach dropped. There was no reason on earth for a child to be in this building at this hour. I pulled up my phone and called the non-emergency line, like Rule 5 had said to do. I kept my eyes on the girl while I talked to the dispatcher. I told them that there was a child alone in the mall. I gave my location and I stayed on the line. The whole time I watched the girl and she watched me, and neither of us moved. It took Officer Trent about 12 minutes to get there. I know because I was staring at my phone the whole time watching the clock. When I heard the door open and Trent's footsteps in the corridor, I looked away from the girl for maybe 2 seconds. And as you can guess it, when I looked back, she was gone. Trent scoped out the area with me and then did a loop of the main floor and didn't find anything. He was polite about it in the way that people are polite when they think you've wasted their time. He said that kids sometimes go into malls through prop-to-service doors and that it happened more often than people thought. He said to call back if I ever saw her again. After he left, I stood near the carousel for a long time. The tarp shifted a little in the draft from the heating vents, the horse-shaped lumps underneath pressing against the fabric. 2 nights later, I was sitting in the security office between rounds when I noticed the corkboard on the wall. It was covered in papers and business cards and a couple of printed photos, the kind of thing that accumulates in many offices over the years. I glanced at the photos. Most of them were pictures of the mall from what looked like the 80s or early 90s, the kind of shots you take when you're proud of a place. The mall full of people, the fountain running, the carousel going around and around, bright and lit up. Families all watching it and having a good time. I was almost done looking when I found the one near the carousel. It was a wide shot taken from the east corridor. In the foreground, a couple of kids were pointing at the horses. In the background, standing just off to the side with her arms at her sides, was a small girl in a puffy winter coat with a fur-trimmed hood. I sat with that photo for a long time. The date printed on the bottom edge said March 1988. I told myself that there were probably dozens of kids who had worn that same coat. I mean, it was pretty popular. It was nothing. But I didn't really believe that. And I think somewhere I'd stopped believing it when the music played and I felt that pull toward the food court and had understood, on some level, that I didn't want to look at it directly. That the pull hadn't been a curiosity. I asked Bev about the previous guard the next afternoon when she was doing a walkthrough of the tenant spaces. She was a practical woman who I had mostly liked up until the moment that I had asked her about Denny Marsh. I had found his name on a laminated employee ID tacked near the security desk. The photo showed a heavy-set man in his mid-40s with a gray beard and a tired, kind smile. He looked like somebody's dad. When I said his name, Bev stopped walking. She didn't look at me right away, and then she said that Denny had been a good employee for 6 years, and that what had happened to him was a tragedy, and that she didn't like to talk about it. I pushed a little gently and she told me the basics. About 18 months ago, the morning crew had come in to find Denny's car in the lot. His round logs were up to date through 4 in the morning. But after that, nothing. No Denny. The police had looked into it for a while and never found an explanation. The case was technically still open. She told me this in a flat, reciting kind of voice, like something that she had said many times and wanted to say as few times going forward as possible. And then she changed the subject and walked me to the east anchor space to talk about a leak in the ceiling tiles, and I let her change the subject because there wasn't much else to say. That night before my shift, I sat in the security office and I looked at Denny's employee photo for a while. A gray beard, a tired smile. 6 years in this building at night, all alone. He had made those rules, every single one of them. And then one night he had been here and then he hadn't been here, and his car was still in the lot. I did my first round that night earlier than usual. The JCPenney wing ran off the south end of the main corridor, a long straight stretch of empty storefronts leading to the old anchor space at the end, which had been gutted and dark for 3 years. It was the part of the mall that felt the emptiest, which was saying something. Even the lighting was worse in there. Some of the overhead fixtures had given out without anybody bothering to replace them. I had been in the wing on my rounds before, but always before 10. Always quick and always in and out. On my 15th night, I was coming up in the entrance to the JCPenney wing at around 10:30 when I saw the figure. It was standing at the far end of the wing, in front of the dark anchor space doors. Too far to make out clearly, but it was human-shaped and facing me, and it was standing still. I realized that I had taken 2 or 3 steps into the wing without deciding to. I stopped. The figure didn't move. It just stood there at the end of that long, dark corridor, and I stood at the near end, and the distance between us was maybe 100 yards of empty mall. I backed out of the wing back into the main corridor, and I stood in the light for a while. My heart was doing something uncomfortable in my chest. After a minute, I thought about what I had seen, about the shape of the figure, the build of the jacket, and I went back to the security office. I looked at Denny Marsh's employee photo. I didn't finish my rounds that night. I sat in the security office until 6 in the morning and I didn't leave it. I want to tell you about the night with the vision because it's the hardest thing to explain. Not because of what I saw, but because of how real it was, and because of how close I came to not coming back from it. It was my 18th night. I was doing a round of the main corridor near the dry fountain. It was late, maybe around 2 in the morning. I was really tired that night, so much so that everything had that slightly unreal quality to it. Pair that with an old abandoned mall and it makes sense. The popcorn smell hit me hard and fast, not gradual like before but immediate, like walking through a door into a different room. I reached for rule 4 in my head and I was actually starting to sit down on the edge of the fountain when the mall had changed. I don't have a better word for it, but it changed. One moment I was in the Crestwood Valley Mall of right now, dark and empty and half dead. And then I was transported back to the mall of 1989, and it was 3 in the afternoon on a busy Saturday. The lights were blazing. Every store was open and lit up and full of people. I could hear the fountain behind me, the water running, the coins glinting in it. The carousel was going around and around, horses moving up and down. A little girl in a puffy coat watching it with her hands together. The ceiling speakers were playing something that I remembered from when I was young. One of those songs that just always had been there in the background of your life. The smell of these Sbarro hit me, pizza and garlic, and underneath it, the popcorn from the cart near the east entrance, and the perfume from the department store. All of it together was so specifically right that my chest ached with something that took me a second to recognize as longing. People moved past me. A teenager talking on a payphone near the service corridor. A family with a stroller. The dad holding shopping bags in both hands. 2 older women with mall walker sneakers moving briskly down the corridor. None of them looked at me. None of them reacted to me. But they were there. I could almost feel the air displacement as they passed by. And from the back of the upper level past the food court, the arcade was blazing. Full color, full sound, every machine running. A crowd of kids in acid-wash jeans clustered around the racing cabinets and the pinball machines, their laughter carrying all the way down the main corridor. I could see it from where I was standing. That warm glow, and I wanted to walk to it the way that you want to walk toward a fire in the cold. And deep down, I knew that it wasn't real. I want to be clear about that. Some part of me, some small, clear part, was screaming that this was not real. But my body didn't know that. My body was already moving, following the flow of foot traffic and drifting east, drifting toward the carousel and the little girl, and the light and the sound of those kids in the arcade laughing at whatever was on the screen in front of them. What brought me back was the tarp. My hand had caught the edge of it, that rough, synthetic fabric, and the texture of it was completely wrong for 1989. Wrong for the bright, crowded Saturday afternoon. Wrong for everything that the vision was telling me. I grabbed it hard, got a hold of it, and held on. I closed my eyes and I counted to 60, slowly and carefully, really focusing on each number. I counted past 60 all the way up to 100. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the dark and empty mall, both hands gripping the tarp over the carousel, and the JCPenney wing entrance was about 30 feet ahead of me. I had walked 30 feet without knowing that I was walking. I sat down on the floor right there in the corridor, and I stayed down until my hands had stopped shaking. Then I got up and went back to the security office, and I sat in there and I thought seriously about how to find a different job. I decided to call it quits the next morning. I know that might sound like the obvious choice looking back, but I had about $200 in my account and no other prospects. And the process of choosing to leave something that you need is more complicated than people who have never been broke understand. But I decided I would tell Bev at the end of the shift. I would ask for my last paycheck and I would figure out the rest of it. I walked to the parking lot at the end of my shift and I got in my car and turned the key and got nothing. Not a sputter, not a click. Complete silence. The battery was dead. It had been fine the night before, but it was dead now. I called a friend who lived about 25 minutes away and he said that he would come with jumper cables, but that he was still in bed and it would probably be an hour, maybe more. I told him that that was fine. I went back inside because it was February and standing in that parking lot was not an option. I told myself that it was just a fluke. I told myself that these things happen. I was just going to go sit in the security office and wait until my friend was going to come and jump the car, and I was going to drive away from this place and never come back. And that's what I was trying to do. I was sitting in the security office with a cup of coffee watching something on my phone when the music had started from the food court. I turned my phone off and I sat still, and then I smelled the popcorn. And then from somewhere down the back of the upper level, from the direction of the arcade, I heard it. Children laughing, the same way that it had sounded before. That high, easy sound that carried all the way down the corridor and through the walls, and it sat in the middle of my chest like a hand pressing inward. More than one voice this time, a group of them. All three at once, and even though I knew what was happening, even though I understood by now that each one of these things was a lure, a hook designed for a specific instinct, the combined weight of all three was tremendous. My whole body wanted to get up and move, the urge to investigate, to help, to follow the familiar comfort of that smell and that sound. It was almost physical. It pressed on me from all sides. I did not get up. I counted again in my head 3 times in a row, eyes open, staring at the wall across from me. The laughter kept going for a while. It would shift in pitch, sometimes sounding closer and sometimes farther away, like it was moving through the upper level in a slow loop, working its way around the food court, drifting toward the main corridor. I understood that it was testing the distance, seeing how close it could get before I moved. When I finally stopped counting, the laughter had faded, but the smell of popcorn was still there, faint but present, like it was still waiting. And then something moved past the window of the security office. The office had a window that looked out into the main corridor, a wide pane of glass that Denny had probably used to watch for shoplifters back when there were still shoplifters. I was looking right at it when the figure passed in front of it. It moved slowly, and it was the right height, the right build. The gray beard was visible even in the dim corridor light, and the jacket was the same one that Denny was wearing in his photo. It stopped just past the window, and then slowly, it turned its head toward me. Its eyes found mine through the glass. I've tried a lot of times since that night to describe what was wrong with its face, and the best that I can do is this. It looked like somebody had assembled it carefully from the right pieces and then gotten the timing slightly off. The proportions were correct, but something about the way that it held itself, the way that its face settled into an expression, it was wrong in a way that went past wrong into something that made my whole nervous system light up at once. It looked at me through the window, and I looked back. I thought about his rules. I ran through all 7 of them in my head one by one, and I understood them differently than I had before. Each one was a wall against a specific kind of movement. Don't follow the music, don't approach the child, don't follow the smell, don't go into the dark wing, don't follow the laughter from the arcade. Each one existed because the hollow, whatever it was, whatever lived beneath this building in the old limestone dark, understood exactly how humans were built, and to use that knowledge the way that you use a key. It found the door in you that matched the key that it had, and it turned it. It couldn't reach up and take anyone. I was certain of that. It could only lead. It could only pull. Every lure that it made required you to walk toward it on your own 2 feet, and the rules existed to keep you from doing that. I went through all 7, and then I noticed something cold and simple. None of the rules had addressed the door. There was nothing in Denny's list about what to do if something knocked. The thing outside my window raised its hand and it knocked on the glass. 3 times, slow and deliberate. I held very still. It knocked again. It watched me with that slightly off face and the eyes that were almost right. I thought about Denny. 6 years that he had worked here. 6 years of following those rules and building that list, adding to it every time he found a new edge of the thing's territory. 6 years of knowing that it was under this building, and that it was patient, and that it would never stop. And at the end of those 6 years, his car was in the parking lot and he was somewhere else, not somewhere that I could find him. I thought about what that meant, and then I sat in the security office with my hands flat on the desk, and I watched the thing that looked like Denny knock on my window, and I did not open the door. It knocked for a long time. It tried the handle twice. It stood at the window and watched me with its assembled face and its eyes, and I sat across from it and watched it back, and neither of us moved. Somewhere around 5 in the morning, the light had started to change. Not fast, just gradually, the way it does in February when dawn comes reluctant and gray. The skylights above began to show the first thin light. The thing outside the window stopped knocking. It stood there for a minute or two just watching me, and then it turned and walked away down the corridor toward the south end of the mall, and I watched it until it was out of sight. I stayed in the office until I heard my friend's truck in the parking lot. He jumped the car and I thanked him, and I drove home and I slept for about 10 hours. When I woke up, it was dark again, and I lay in bed for a while thinking about what I was going to do. I mean, I needed the job, that was still true. Nothing about the previous night had changed at that particular fact of my life. I lay there and I did the math that I had already done a dozen times, and I came to the same answer that I always came to. I went back. Bev was doing paperwork when I came in. She handed me a coffee without being asked and went back to her papers. I went to the security desk and started my pre-shift checks the way that I always did. I don't know exactly why I looked at that corkboard again, maybe just out of habit. I had looked at it every shift since I had found that 1988 photo, always half expecting to see something different. And this time something was different. There was a new photo pinned near the top. It was a wide shot of the main corridor in what looked like a busy afternoon, sometime in the late 80s, based on the clothes and the storefronts. Dozens of people moving through the mall in both directions, the fountain running, the carousel spinning. I almost moved on, and then I looked at the background. Near the fountain, barely visible behind a group of teenagers, was a figure standing completely still while everybody around them moved. Modern jacket, modern work boots, a flashlight clipped to his belt. It was me. I looked at the date printed on the bottom edge of the photo. April 1988. I've thought about it every night since. I think about the thing that looked like Denny knocking on the glass while I held still and counted until dawn. I think about what that photo means. Whether it's a thread or a record or just the hollow showing me that it's patient. That it measures time differently than I do. That 6 years or 30 years or 100 years are all the same distance from where it waits. I still follow the rules, all 7 of them. Every night without exception. I just added one more. Rule 8. If something knocks, do not open the door. There was this ice bucket challenge a few years ago where people would stand and wait for one of their friends to suddenly drop chilling cold water all over their body, and I'm not talking about just regular ordinary bathtub water. I'm talking about water that was nearly at sub-zero or had been taken out of a frozen lake. Something that would automatically send a shock through your body. Going into cryo sleep is like that, except 1,000 times worse. Because the jabbing cold, a pain of the needles entering into your body and then the fluids pumping through your veins feels like you're dying, or at least you want to die, but you can't because you're stuck, trapped in a box where the only hope you have is that the sensation will finally stop and that you can fall asleep, but even in the recesses of your subconscious, you will still feel the pain. When I found out that I was going to be placed in the tube for nearly 6 months to the farthest reaches of Jupiter, I thought that it sounded impossible. As far as I knew, Musk was the only guy around spending billions to get people to Mars, so deep space exploration wasn't even in the cards in our lifetime, or even our children's lifetime, I thought. Turns out that I was wrong. A sharp jolt to my head had told me that I was being woken by the onboard ship's computer. which by all accounts seemed a little too early until I saw the nearby monitor confirm that we had traveled the necessary distance across the stars. Turning over on my side, I spat up some saliva and blood, my body aching from the dormancy. Before I could get another gasp of air out, one of the onboard robotic guards was behind me with a metallic muzzle, placing it over my mouth roughly like I was supposed to be a caged dog. Considering the circumstances behind my confinement back on Earth, I couldn't blame them. But then I saw that I wasn't being given special treatment. The 7 other passengers for this death cruise to the stars were also being shackled and dragged out toward a command center. Once lined up, all of us got a chance to peer out at the beautiful view of Jupiter and the stars beyond. I wished I could appreciate it. Attention all inmates, we have nearly arrived at our destination, Space Station TXRTS, codenamed the Tartarus. Please listen carefully to the following pre-recorded message from our corporate sponsors. And the intercom computer announced, and then a strange, grindy anthem played over a projected film of the blonde-haired woman that had first approached me while back in Kingsport. Cosmonauts, brethren, you stand on the precipice of new discoveries and truths that no other human has ever imagined. When you left Earth, you were only considered refuse, prisoners to be disposed of by countries that couldn't see your potential. Now you arrive in tandem to prove them wrong. Your mission is simple. Document as much as you can concerning the space station. To do so, your new gear has come equipped with microscopic digital sensors which will automatically feed the data of your search back to the craft. Once we have determined that we have sufficient information concerning Tartarus, your life support systems will be cut off and your mission will be accomplished. Do not attempt to run or hack any of your gear, or termination will occur at any given moment. The video feed cut off and I swore the prisoner next to me was chuckling beneath the mask. It was humorous in a dark way, given that we had all been promised executions on Earth before the launch. I suppose none of us really assumed that a return trip was going to be possible, but hearing confirmation that our only purpose here was to be living cameras for their campaign, it made me feel angry. I thought that I had come to terms with the fact that I was going to spend the rest of my days in a cell paying for my crimes. But having that taken away to play puppet in space for some rich elites made my blood boil. Next, the computer gave us areas of the station to explore. Mine was labeled as Area D, and the man next to me with the bizarre sense of humor was assigned as my partner. Since we had no ability to speak to one another, I pointed at him and gestured with my hand at the number 2, and then back at myself as number 1. All he did in response was hold up the middle finger and then move toward the first seal where our craft connected to this mysterious station. I had no idea what to expect on the other side, nor any way to voice my concerns with my partner, so the only option was to keep a close but safe distance from each other. As the airlock slowly creaked open, and the dark corridors beyond came into view. Inside my helmet, a stream of data began to feed its way down in front of my eyes, telling me what the elites had gleaned about this place before our arrival. Codenamed Tartarus Station, so named for the Grecian abyss where the titans of legend were said to be imprisoned by Zeus. This is the first known record of an unknown space orbital of any kind. It is viewed as the first step by our species to contact extraterrestrials. Since its discovery, there has been no indication of any energy signatures or propulsion detected, and satellite imagery has only provided the following details. Size approximately 450 feet. Weight estimated 1.6 million pounds. Shape. The design rivals traditional designs from any known human culture, But popular opinion states that the orbital is similar to the biblical description of angels. Due to this, many suggested that the station initially be named Valkyria. However, the scan soon revealed that it is likely the station has remained unmanned for well over a millennia, which led to the consensus to view it as a prison, a final resting place for whatever species had built it. I couldn't help but think that it was ironic they had chosen to send criminals to such a place, and I wondered how accurate that was for the station's initial purposes. My headlamps kept the corridors illuminated as we had separated from the rest of our team, entering Area D, and I tried my best to make sense of what that purpose might be. Like the idea of being frozen in space, the concept of aliens had been just fantasy to me a week ago. Maybe if I paid more attention in science class about theories relating to this sort of thing, I would know what I was looking at. So many poor choices had led me here, I reflected. It made me wonder what sort of choices this race had made to build this place and then to die out. An alert on my visor told me to stop and allow my built-in camera to take better pictures of some kind of console, and I noticed that there were symbols etched into the display, indications of a language, which I suppose is unsurprising given how sophisticated everything else was. But what did shock me is that a few moments later, my camera feed told me that the computer for our ship had figured out a translation based just on what was there. Analysis indicates this console is a habitat monitor of some kind. Further data of surrounding area needed. My partner grunted for me to shine a light on the larger portion of the room, where we saw what looked like miniature biomes, each self-contained within a hive-like system of metallic pylons. If this was a monitor that was testing the viability of different types of environments for life, perhaps that meant this race had been searching for a new home. The data further revealed that there was a network beneath our feet of intricate wires and equipment that the scans confirmed were once meant to serve as generators. But I doubted anything like that could possibly power up after all this time. Instead of focusing on that query, I decided to follow the nearby corridor to one of the exterior rings for the station, marveling at the design. It appeared that the rings were meant to serve as some sort of perpetual motion, phasing in and out of space around them at rapid speed. It just didn't seem humanly possible, but I had to remind myself that this was a species far beyond our capability. Still, as I climbed one of the rings, I noticed that a lot of the structure reminded me of things that might be found on Earth, which seemed impossible. I've always imagined that the architecture, the way of life, and even ordinary things like doors and windows would be completely different from alien species. Not so here. Maybe that was why our holders were so interested in this place. It wasn't simply about discovery, but exploiting this technology for our own advantage. As a criminal, that was something I could relate to. We are not so different, I thought as a reminder of complying with our instructions had flashed on my screen. I guess that was enough curiosity, I thought as I began to climb down. And just as I was halfway, I heard the most unusual noise. If you've ever fired up an old pickup truck after it's been sitting there for a few months, it was a similar sound except 1,000 times louder. And then the entire ring began to move. It happened so quickly that I lost my bearings and fell to the ground as the noise grew louder. Thanks to the low gravity, the fall didn't cause any injury. As I recovered, I saw the rings move faster and faster until their movements were so quick that I couldn't even be sure what I was looking at. And then I heard the noise from the habitats and I looked to see that they had activated. Somehow my partner had found a way to spark a flow of electricity from the grid below our feet, the entire pattern glowing brighter than a Christmas tree. Some other portions of the ship began to pull back and shake, the entire thing humming with life, as it seemed to surge stronger and stronger, soon becoming out of control. All the noise made me want to cover my ears, and then I felt blood begin to trickle out of them. Soon we had another problem on our hands. The habitats had begun to spread apart and reveal what looked like a large engine that was thrumming to life. The readout on my helmet alerted all of us to take cover, but it's not like we had anywhere to run. Instead, I could feel the entire station beginning to shake and vibrate as the rings closed in on the central mass and connected to this engine. As the two massive structures collided, I was sure that it would mean our demise would be swift, all of the station splitting apart the way that an atom does at the moment of such a massive explosion of energy. But instead, the room filled with light, and I found myself being flung across the room like a rag doll. Another astronaut hit the exterior ring and went flying, never to be seen again. Moments later, the space station lurched backward and everything began to come to a halt. My head still felt like it was spinning even after the noise had faded away, and my body felt that it had been crushed by 10 tons of bricks. Everything was painful, but I knew something strange and momentous had just happened, so I found the strength to move. When I got over toward the exterior of the viewport, I saw that we were no longer anywhere near Jupiter, nor any stars that I recognized, and the data on my screen was now a dead feed, making me wonder if we had lost the transmissions from the shuttle. At the same moment, another strange noise occurred, and it was accomplished by flashing lights which I took to mean a warning. Rushing to the other side of the corridor alongside my partner, I saw that our facility was now hurtling toward a new planet at rapid speed. We were going to be experiencing a crash landing. This time I knew that the only way to survive would be to take shelter. I began to climb the honeycomb grid, and getting inside one of the many habitats and sealed it up even as the atmosphere hit the station. Everything around me began to ignite with fire from the chemicals in the environment, and I closed my eyes for the moment of impact. Nothing could have properly prepared me for such a situation. But as the rock and dust and debris crashed all around me, I kept telling myself that I would find a way to survive. And somehow I did. When things had finally settled, the habitat that I had locked myself in had broken from the network and rolled out of the crash site, leaving me to be tangled in a mess of metal and alien foliage. Immediately, I started to kick apart my cage, falling down to the solid ground below and coughing as I tried to recalibrate my entire body. Somewhere close by, I heard a shout of praise and laughter, and then I saw my partner standing near to the edge of the corroded window to the station, his muzzle somehow broken off by the crash. That was intense," he screamed. Two things ran through my mind. First, that he now had the ability to free me, and second, that the planet had breathable oxygen. We were very fortunate. I motioned for him to get my muzzle off, but before he did, we heard noises from under the rubble. A few moments later, we had isolated them and found 3 other survivors, 2 women and another man, and the others of our skeleton crew were nowhere to be found. Over the next half hour, we pushed out of the jungle overgrowth into a spacious valley, and it was there that my partner finally agreed to get our muzzles off. "The fresh air, wow," the woman next to me hollered. Even after it was off my mouth, I found myself still in silence. I was in awe of our surroundings. The valley spread out in all directions with rivers, forests, and vegetation. It was like a depiction of paradise. I explained as I began to settle into the concept that something good could come out of this. "We're quite likely outside the known Milky Way," the second woman, a black girl named Kayla, commented as we started back toward the ruined station. "Without any means of communication with our shuttle, that means that our kill command can't transmit properly. We're free," she announced. It was tough coming to terms with the reality at first, maybe because I wasn't sure what would happen next. Would we live here now? For how long? Was returning to Earth even possible? And would we want to return if we had the opportunity? None of those questions could be answered right then and there. So Kayla and the senior of our group, Thomas, made camp near the debris, and we all got to know each other a little bit better. Okay, before we make introductions, I want one thing clear. This shall be tabula rasa, a clean slate. We're not going to discuss any crimes that led us to be incarcerated, only our values and what identifies us. I think it's only fair we take the chance to build something new here. Thomas told us. Oh, what do you think that means? Are you saying that we start a whole new life here? Rem, the younger woman, asked. Miguel, the man that had almost died from the entry crash, commented that it was quite likely that no rescue would ever come for us. Oh, Earth is just a distant memory now. For all intents and purposes, we are going to make a colony here, I guess. The man that I had once been partners with, who called himself Zero, chuckled. What's so funny? Kayla asked. Well, if this little new world order is going to be successful, one thing is clear. Somebody's going to have to start shacking up with somebody else. So how do we decide who gets to become lovebirds? Do we draw straws? The uncomfortable silence that followed told me that nobody else had considered that, but it was a valid point. I think we can't make any sort of big decision until we understand more about this world, Thomas told him. It was clear that he felt that he needed to be a leader, perhaps because of his age. So that night, we lay beneath the stars and agreed to remain closer to the debris as we begin to explore the area and learn what we can about the flora and fauna. A whole new world, ours for the taking, I thought, as the night finally allowed me to settle. For the first time since being out here amid the stars, I felt like I could hope again. We chose to expand from the debris of Tartarus after that first night, using what we could from the wreckage as makeshift weapons and cutting down the foliage until we arrived at a wide open field with nothing but green grass and a few trees to see for miles. This place is beautiful, Kayla commented with a whistle. Zero dropped his weapon and let the midday breeze give him a chance to smell the air. Question is, can we live here? He muttered. I'd been wondering the same thing. Our hope of survival depended on finding food, animals, and water. We were lucky to have breathing air, but the chances of not surviving were exponentially higher than making it to see another day. Let's try and have a little faith. It's a miracle that we even made it this far, right? I commented as we started to move again. Miguel had spotted what he thought might be an orchard of some kind. As we got closer and the horizon became clearer, I realized that it was a massive, overgrown garden of trees and flowers, all intertwined together with what looks like metal and vines. And do you suppose the aliens that built that craft came from here, and the Tartarus was their escape to a new world? Miguel wondered. And Thomas cut through the thick layer of weeds that covered one tree and found what looked like prickly pears. Oh, we can wonder about that another day. I think this should be safe to eat. He commented and gestured towards the other fruits nearby. It was a vast field of different kinds, all of which seemed to mostly be rotting except for the ones that he had picked. This ecosystem is so bizarre, the second woman, who I learned was named Blair, had commented as we started a fire and I watched the sky darken. This place feels so empty too, though. I think that we might be the only living things here, I said. And just then we heard something from amid the foliage and I grabbed my scrap metal to defend the others. Zero emerged with his trousers down from taking a piss and remarked, I think you all ought to see this. Amid the dense forest, he found a metallic object, large and impaled in one tree. Its strange, twisted blade causing the tree to give off an ethereal glow, and to pulse the way that a heart might. Amid the roots of the tree, I saw what looked like scars, and as I got closer, I realized that they were symbols, resembling the ones that we had seen on the space station. It looks like your theory was right, kid. So much about this feels so surreal, and yet so familiar. Kayla admitted as we chose to set up camp near the glowing tree. Something about its foliage and fruit seemed different than the rest, as though it was the core of the network and supplying all else. I've felt that way since we got to the station, really. I know it sounds crazy, but I think these aliens, they might have been connected to our very first ancestors, Thomas remarked. Zero was trying to climb the tree to reach one of the branches that offered the crystalline fruit, and I asked Thomas what he meant, and so he gestured around us before commenting. Oh, it's like Kayla said. This place, it feels like a distant memory, or a shared dream that anyone can recognize. Something deep inside all of us senses a connection to this place. Don't deny that, he said. He was right, but the fact scared me. It seemed impossible. Humans have only just barely started understanding space travel. All of the things that we saw on that station, and even this biologically advanced plant life, it's light years ahead of our current tech, I commented. I'm not trying to say that I fully grasp it either, but I feel certain that this place holds answers to some of our deepest truths, the very origins of our species, he said. Just then, Zero tossed a glowing fruit down to Blair and then one to me. Oh, sounds like mumbo jumbo to me. I've read my Bible and I don't remember it ever saying God made man and then sent him to Earth, he remarked. Oh, so you're a preacher now, are you? Kayla said with a chuckle as she tried to get a bite of it. The exterior of the fruit was harder than a rock. Oh, I got as far as Genesis, he retorted, which caused a few chuckles. I stared at the fruit, a thought forming as I remembered some of those stories myself. My grandma used to read a book of Bible tales right before bed. The stories of creation and the first sin had always been one of my favorites, so the scriptures stuck in my head. And then God said, let us make mankind in our image. I mumbled as I stood up and looked at the sword-like tree and the overgrowth around us. What's gotten into you? Miguel asked. The Lord took man and placed him in the garden. I responded and pointed at the tree. And from every tree of the garden you should eat, but from the tree in the middle of the garden you must not eat, for in the day you eat from it you will positively perish. Zero laughed aloud. I think you're taking things too serious, man. That crash must have jostled your noggin. No, don't you see? This is the Garden of Eden, I said excitedly as I looked at the fruit. And this must be the tree of life, the one that God sealed off when mankind became sinful. Kayla paused from trying to break apart the fruit. Slow down. Are you really saying you think this is the real Garden of Eden? I mean, we're literally millions of years from Earth. I didn't see it at first, but now, I think it's undeniable. The shared experience of a common ancestry, the familiarity even though none of us have been here. Our theories might be right. This may be where the first man and woman came into existence, I told them. Zero finally broke open the fruit. It looked like a swirling mass of worms that was eating itself over and over again, and it was an even brighter light than the tree. Well, let's say you're right. If so, then God was actually some alien race. Wait, where's this God now? I didn't have an answer, but none of us were sure what to do now, except Zero. He bit into the worms and let them slither into his mouth. What the heck are you doing? You don't know what that could do, Miguel shouted. No, I'm testing the theory that Adam here just spouted. If this is the tree of life like you claim, That means it'll make me immortal with just one bite." He took his weapon, and before any of us could object, he ran the sharp end of the blade right along his belly. The blood seeped out for a moment as all of us watched and waited to see if he would topple over from shock. But instead, the skin began to seal back almost instantly, the way that you might see in the movies. The wound was gone and there wasn't even a scar. "My goodness," Blair whispered. "So then it's like the cure for cancer, influenza, and the plague all in a single dose?" Kayla asked. "Death itself won't be able to touch us," Thomas said, and then he asked Zero to climb up and get some for the rest of us. A few moments later, we all had one and got to work breaking them apart. Once we were done, all of us had decided to eat together. "On the count of 3, Miguel suggested. And on 3, we devoured that fruit. And then we all took turns, much like Zero did, putting the fruit to the test. It was a bizarre sort of ritual that reminded me of a college frat party that I had been kicked out of once. We kept pushing our limits for the rest of the night, laughing at the newfound power that we had gained. Oh, I wish that moment had also been eternal, because what came after was the real nightmare. Our descent into madness was a gradual one. I wish it was something that I could have seen hints of, but that is not how it spreads. As the days passed, we began to work and create a small home for ourselves, which we called New Eden. And eventually we began to create farms and roadways that spread outward from there. Miguel and Blair grew closer as the weeks passed by, working side by side. And I remember the first big milestone was when they announced that they were going to try and have a baby. I imagined that child growing and having children of its own, free of sickness and death, until one day, this whole world was filled with perfection. If anything was going to be a utopia, it would be the one that we were now making. Over the next week, however, Blair experienced the early stages of pregnancy, morning sickness and dizziness, and even had difficulty moving around. And then in the second week, I realized that she had begun to show signs of a bulging stomach, something that ordinarily wouldn't happen until the 3rd trimester. "We need equipment to figure out what's happening. Do you suppose anything on the Tartarus might be of use?" Thomas wondered. I didn't have an answer, but Kayla and I agreed to look the next day. And that night, her pain got more severe. The baby inside her was growing at a much faster rate than she could handle. At one point, when her screams woke me, I saw it stretching her skin to its near breaking point. But because she kept healing over and over, it would never actually break through. Kayla gave her something that we had found which seemed to work as a sedative, and it gave me a concerned look as our friend finally fell asleep. And then we both sat in silence and looked at her distressed eyes, and I found myself wondering if this was the price that we would all pay. And the next day, as we searched the debris of the craft, Kayla told me that she was worried too. "She won't be able to die from this, but it'll be a living hell, and that will be far worse. She'll be begging for death," she said as her eyes welled up with tears. "There's gotta be a way to help her. Zero has been scouring further and further to the west of the rivers, near those mountains we thought might house old facilities. If we can't find anything here, I'm sure that he will there," I told her. "Well, what if he doesn't, though? What if she's doomed to just keep on experiencing this suffering forever?" I knew that she was also equally worried about her own future, but I stayed quiet. I didn't have the answers anyway. Blair's screams didn't stop until the middle of the night. And when I went to go see why, I only discovered more terror. Zero was standing over her with a large rock and had smashed her face in, enough where it would take a few hours for the fruit that we had eaten to make her recover. I couldn't even find a reason to be angry when I saw what her unborn child had done to her body. It was tearing against her skin, trying to break free, and it had even gotten to the point of breaking her back. "We have to find a way for it to be free," he said. "I'm not proud of what we did, but as we aided in its release, the creature's head finally burst out, its head bulbous and its voice shrill with anger and pain. Dear Lord," I said as Zero disposed of it, the poor beast finally silenced. "We've only delayed our problems." Zero wiped sweat and red from his brow, tossing the rock aside. "Come with me. There's something that I want you to see." I asked him where we were headed as we left camp, but my guide remained silent, the sun rising over our new colony a few hours later as we left anything that I was familiar with. Most of the world around us was uncultivated soil, and Zero had been searching for something that might give us insight on what went wrong all those ages ago, when our ancestors also ate from the tree. Finally, we arrived at a valley where I saw a structure that was about as tall as the sky itself. It was broken and dismantled, having fallen from the East Canyon above us, but it was still a marvel to behold such an immense skyscraper. "I give you Babel, or at least, that's what it appears to be anyway," he told me as we got over the next set of rocks. I vaguely recalled the biblical legend. It was a place where supposedly God had mixed up all the languages. Inside the empty tower, we saw endless arrays of computers, machines, and other forms of technology that rivaled anything that we had ever seen, and it too reminded me of the Tartarus. Zero reached one of the terminals that still had an ethereal glow to it and explained, "I found it a few days ago. It activated when I shed blood." He paused and cut his hand to let the blood flow into the circuitry, and I watched as a holographic man appeared. He was tall, perhaps at least 9 feet, and had the appearance of a regal officer, but his features looked troubled. And as he spoke in an unknown tongue, Zero said, "And this is where I need help. Can't make sense of anything they say." I started checking the computers, using my rudimentary methods from before our arrival to hack into the system. It was a bit archaic, but it worked. Soon the projector started to change its format into a different language, and then another, and then another. Finally, we could listen to what it had to say. "Our species has reached its zenith with this new discovery, the one thing that we lacked, the one thing that can give us purpose. The research team of Colony 1 disagrees with these findings, hence the motive behind their attack. However, if we're ever going to leave this place and spread our seed into the universe, then we must be successful," the man said. It revealed detailed schematics of the Tartarus, which confirmed that this was how our ancestors had made it to the stars. "The ship shall be the ark that saves our species. Once we have traveled the length of a generation, we shall have all connection to this place purged thanks to the virus that we have crafted. Flooding our bodies with this much intense infection will of course have a secondary effect, erasing our immortality." The next bit of the hologram showed what I could only assume was the dispersal of the virus into the atmosphere as they left the planet. The feed showed every single thing on the planet would be consumed and eventually rot and die. "The apocalypse protocol that we've crafted is a secondary backup in case we fail, to ensure that this never happens again. If anybody else discovers this world and what we did here, this will be their salvation." The recording ended and it showed the Tartarus again, this time with different schematics that explained where the supervirus was kept, and Zero commented, "And we need to find that. It's the only way to be free of those things that Blair had given birth to." Outside the tower, we heard a howl across the plains, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. That creature was recovered and possibly it was moving from the colony to find us. We had to act fast. The orbital is about a day's journey from here. Let's go, I told him. And we left those ruins and started traveling east, my heart pounding each step of the way as we avoided any trace of the creature. We were nearly in the clear when I heard it moving through the brush. Zero and I began to run, weaving between trees and overgrown fields to reach the orbital. But the creature was faster. It leapt from the trees and latched onto Zero, its fingernails tearing into his back as it pinned him down. I stumbled and held my breath as the gigantic newborn shrieked and attacked him, its misshapen features a testament to what the newborn power had done to human biology. Its misshapen features a testament to what the newfound power had done to human biology. It had to be twice his size and against 4 times as strong. Zero kept fighting though, screaming for me to run as he distracted it. His bones were breaking over and over again as the two danced around the jungle, each trying to overpower the other. The distraction I knew wouldn't last forever. With that sort of strength, eventually Zero would be wounded beyond a quick recovery of healing. So I decided to leave him behind as I reached the edge of the jungle and saw the Tartarus off in the distance. I didn't look back as Zero's screams became more intense. And then at last it grew silent, which actually frightened me even more. That meant that Zero was unconscious, and the creature was likely now hunting me. Reaching the station, I pushed myself through the debris and began to search what portions of the place were not destroyed. I saw my old helmet, which we had once considered to be a part of our inmate uniform, and I turned on the headlamp illuminating my steps. As I started to roam, I found my thoughts reflecting on our journey here. We thought that we could escape fate, escape death. This was never freedom at all. We wished that we could have simply perished a long time ago, amid the safety of stars that we recognized. The Tartarus simply had to still have access to the virus, otherwise I wasn't sure what we were going to do. Climbing down an old elevator shaft, I reached a submerged portion of the station and recognized these symbols on the outside to indicate that it was some sort of lab. I dove under the water and pushed myself into the room, adjusting my vision to the cloudy water as I tried to see if anything was intact. I grabbed whatever I could, pushing myself into the next corridor and coming up for air. Placing the vials on the side of the twisted metal, I examined the materials inside each of them. I really only had one way to make sure the virus was actually effective. I realized that taking out a syringe, I couldn't bring back the wrong thing. So I braced myself and plunged it into my thigh. Gasping for air, I felt my heart suddenly stop, and then it felt like it was going to explode. The world didn't stop spinning for a good second, and when it did, I found my entire body was shaking and convulsing. I turned over and began to vomit bile, along with the rest of the worms that I had consumed years ago, and then I simply laid there on the metal, still gasping for air as I struggled to move. My hand cut against the sharp ends of the metal as I got up and pulled back in pain, noticing that the wound did not heal. The injection must have already started to reverse the process of immortality, I thought as I got up on my feet. I searched for another exit, and I found an elevator shaft to my right, tilted and running straight into one of the massive trees. Somewhere above me, I heard the newborn monster scream, and I hastened to climb up and out. Without protection, I'd be dead. Squeezing in between some of the branches and the hole in the wall, I found that I could barely breathe, and then my foot got stuck. I panicked and twisted it, trying to get it loose as I heard the shrieks get louder. And then I saw its silhouette, at the top of the elevator, and the gruesome infant started crawling toward me. I barely got my foot out and tumbled down the tree as I heard it leap. My lungs released all of their air as I hit the ground, and I laid there paralyzed in just a moment. The creature stared at me and I started to climb down faster. I grabbed a few rocks and chucked them at the monster as I got on my foot. My body ached and my muscles spasmed, the effects of the virus running its course as I became mortal again. The newborn attacked and we tumbled down a hill. I used my fingers to poke its eyes and the beast reared back and hollered, giving me a chance to run free. I saw a river and I immediately jumped into it. The creature didn't follow, trying to find its way around to where I swam. I wasn't sure why it hesitated, but I used the momentum of the stream to push away, focusing on the rising sun. If I followed this path, I should be only 10 minutes from the camp. The screaming behind me didn't stop, and so I kept my pace and followed a fresh path of destruction, eventually finding Thomas and Kayla and Blair. "What's happening? Where's Zero?" Kayla asked. I showed them the vials to explain what the virus did, making them all quiet as they heard what I had to say. "So this virus, it's death, going back to being mortal?" Thomas asked me carefully. Blair was already eager to take the medicine, her ordeal with the newborn enough to make her desperate to die. They watched as she injected herself and began to convulse the way that I had, and then she gave us all a hug and smiled at me at last. She told me thank you. We watched in silence as she went to the nearest cliff and she hurled herself off of it. There was a sudden finality to our long ordeal when we saw that she had perished, and Thomas bravely said that before we took each other out, we had to make sure that this planet was destroyed. "The apocalypse protocol you mentioned, how do we activate that?" he asked. I told him about the tower and how it likely once served as a means of communication with the station, and so we left the camp immediately to get there. The tower was at least a day away, and I knew that the creature Blair had given birth to was still searching for us, so there wasn't any time for rest. Even though I was the only one in the party that could now get hurt, I became even more vigilant. Nothing else mattered to me except finally getting to destroy this wretched rock. It began to storm as we passed through the first portion of the valley, our sweat and blood staining the air. The predatory newborn was close. When we saw the tower, I insisted that they go ahead. "If I can distract it, you'll have time to activate the tower." The command center was close to the level where the canyon had crushed the skyscraper. "How will you know if we succeed?" Kayla asked. I thought about the video where I saw the destructive power of the bomb detonating across the entire planet, and I promised her that I would know. "Once the signal can be sent out, we will all meet our maker," I told her. And they left me there as I caught my breath again and I waited for the creature to find me. I didn't just sit by though, I set a trap. One of those makeshift holes that you might find to catch a tiger. It would be enough to slow it down, maybe even enough for my friends to get that signal working. There is also an alternative that I'm dreading where everything goes wrong and they can't actually destroy this world. In that case, I'll fling myself into this pit and let nature take its course. The only way out is death. It was the answer that we were given all along. It just took living forever to recognize how precious living is. The creature came like I knew it would, and I smiled, weapon in hand, as I saw the beacon starting to light up. This is the end for me, but maybe if this message it gets back to somebody else and it's not, I only ask that you send others here to kill us, to put an end to all of this. If not for our sakes, then to prevent this curse from ever spreading. Goodbye.
My name is John Gates, and I've been a police officer with the San Francisco Police Department for a little over 11 years. Most of that time has been spent working nights. I've worked patrol in the Tenderloin, the Mission, the Richmond District, North Beach, and just about everywhere in between. If you've lived in San Francisco long enough, there's a decent chance I've driven down your street at 2 in the morning with my spotlight sweeping parked cars. People always ask me what the scariest part of the job is. They expect me to say the shootings, the armed robberies, the domestic calls where nobody knows who's waiting behind the front door. And those calls are dangerous. There's no question about that. You train for them, you stay alert, and you hope everyone goes home afterward. But they aren't the calls I still think about. The ones that stick with me are the reports that never made the news. The ones that didn't end with an arrest. The ones where nobody could explain what happened. San Francisco has always had stories. People talk about haunted hotels, abandoned tunnels beneath Chinatown, ghosts on Alcatraz, strange lights over the bay, and things that supposedly wander through the fog after midnight. Most officers laugh those stories off, especially when they're new. I did too. After enough years working nights, though, you start noticing that certain addresses keep showing up. Certain calls come in over and over, sometimes decades apart, with different witnesses describing the exact same thing. Dispatch usually has a perfectly ordinary explanation. By the end of the night, sometimes they don't. Now, I'm not saying everything I saw was supernatural. Most of it probably wasn't. People panic, they misidentify things. Fog can play tricks on you, and San Francisco gets plenty of it. But every once in a while, you come across a report that doesn't fit anywhere. No crime, no suspect, no evidence that explains what dozens of people swear they saw. Now, for obvious reasons, I'll be changing a few names. Some of these incidents are still tied to active files, and a couple of the people involved are still alive. The locations, though, those are real. So are the nights they happened. These are the 5 reports I still think about whenever the fog starts rolling in from the Pacific. Story 1. The Ghost Ship Beneath the Golden Gate. The first report happened during my 4th year with SFPD. It was late October, just after midnight, and the fog had already settled over most of the northern side of the city. San Francisco gets fog all year, but some nights it feels different. It hangs lower over the water, moves slower, and takes entire sections of the bay without warning. You can be standing at the Golden Gate Bridge and lose sight of the opposite tower in less than a minute. Officer Keith Freeman and I had just finished clearing a noise complaint in the Marina District when dispatch sent us toward the Golden Gate overlook. At first it sounded routine. Multiple callers reported a disabled vessel near the bridge. The dispatcher added that the Coast Guard had already been notified, but wanted local units to help keep traffic from stopping along the overlook. That wasn't unusual. People stopped there for everything. Whales, fireworks, low-flying helicopters, a good sunset. We headed north, expecting to spend 15 minutes waving cars along before getting another call somewhere else. Instead, we found nearly 20 vehicles lined along the overlook with their hazard lights flashing. People were standing outside despite the cold. Nobody was talking very loudly. Most of them were simply staring out toward the bay. Keith stepped out of the cruiser first. "What have we got?" A middle-aged man wearing a Giants jacket pointed toward the fog. "Out there." I followed his finger. At first I didn't see anything, just gray. Then, a shape slowly emerged from the mist. It looked like an old cargo ship, not a modern container vessel. Something older. The hull sat unusually high in the water, and the bridge was positioned near the center instead of the stern. I couldn't make out much detail through the fog, but I could tell there weren't any navigation lights. No white mast light, no red and green side lights. Nothing. Just a dark outline drifting across the bay. Keith frowned. "That's strange. You lose power?" I asked. The man beside us shook his head. "It hasn't made a sound." He was right. Even from that distance, we should have heard something. A diesel engine, a horn, the churn of water behind the propellers. Instead, the entire bay was quiet except for waves hitting the rocks below the overlook. Dispatch came back over the radio.
Unit 12, Coast Guard requesting visual confirmation.
Keith picked up the microphone. Affirmative. We have visual on a large vessel west of the bridge. No visible running lights. A few seconds later, another voice came across the radio. Not dispatch. Coast Guard.
Can you estimate heading?
Keith looked toward me. I studied the silhouette. Looks like eastbound, I said. Keith repeated it. The Coast Guard officer acknowledged the transmission, then went quiet. Several minutes passed. The ship continued drifting through the fog at the same slow pace. It never changed speed, never turned, never sounded a horn. A woman standing nearby asked if it was some kind of historical ship. Keith shrugged. Could be. I didn't think so. Even museum ships follow navigation rules, especially at night. I pulled out my phone and opened one of the public marine tracking websites I'd used before. Nothing. No vessel where we were looking. I refreshed it twice. Still nothing. That didn't necessarily mean much. Not every boat broadcast the same way. But something that size should have. A pair of Coast Guard vehicles arrived a few minutes later. 2 uniformed officers stepped out and joined us at the overlook. One of them introduced themselves as Melissa Hall. She looked through binoculars for several seconds without saying anything. Finally, she lowered them. You getting this too? Keith nodded. Yeah, I've been watching it about 10 minutes. She spoke quietly into her radio, requesting radar confirmation from their station. We waited. The ship continued drifting. Its outline became a little clearer as the fog shifted. The hull looked dark, almost black. And I noticed something else. There weren't any lights inside the bridge either. No glow from windows, no movement on deck, no crew, nothing. Just an empty-looking vessel moving through one of the busiest waterways on the west coast. Melissa's radio crackled. She listened for a moment, then asked them to repeat themselves. They've got nothing, she said. Keith looked over. What do you mean? No radar contact. He stared back toward the water. We're looking right at it. I know. Nobody spoke after that. Even the people who gathered along the overlook seemed to realize something wasn't adding up. One man tried recording the ship on his phone. Another asked if anyone else could hear an engine. Nobody answered. The fog began moving again. Not quickly, just enough for a long gray curtain to slide between us and the vessel. Within seconds, the outline disappeared completely. We kept watching, waiting for it to emerge again. It never did. The fog drifted past. Open water stretched beyond the bridge. No ship or wake. Nothing. Keith took a few steps toward the railing. Where'd it go? And nobody had an answer. Melissa immediately got back on her radio. The Coast Guard cutter already in the bay was redirected toward the last known position. Another unit checked from the opposite side of the bridge. But the water was empty. The people at the overlook slowly began leaving. Some looked confused. Others seemed disappointed, almost like the show had ended. Keith and I stayed another 20 minutes before being cleared from the scene. As we walked toward our cruiser, Melissa caught up with us. She looked older than I first thought, probably close to retirement. She rested her hands on the railing and looked out toward the bay. You know, she began quietly, my first captain told me about something like this. Keith smiled. What, a ghost ship? She didn't smile back. Well, he said every few years somebody reports an old freighter near the bridge. He told me the reports go back longer than I've been alive. You ever see it before tonight? I asked. She shook her head. And that was the end of our conversation. We finished our reports before sunrise. Now officially, the incident was logged as multiple callers reporting an unidentified vessel that could not be located by responding agencies. No emergency or missing ship, no follow-up investigation, just another report filed away. A few weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I stopped by a Coast Guard office while dropping off paperwork and asked one of the civilian employees if there'd been any update. He searched the incident number. Nothing. Case closed. Before I left, an older employee who had overheard the conversation stopped me in the hallway. "You were there that night?" I nodded. He looked toward the window overlooking the bay. "My grandfather served out here after World War II. He told me that every so often, they'd get calls about the same ship." And then he picked up his coffee and walked away. Now, I've answered thousands of calls since then. Most of them blur together after enough years. But every time I drive across the Golden Gate Bridge on a foggy night, I still find myself looking for that ship. Story 2. The Girl Near Civic Center BART. The second report happened about 3 years after the incident near the Golden Gate. Unlike the first one, this started as a missing person. Dispatch put the call out just after 8:30 that evening. 19-year-old female, last seen leaving Civic Center BART after finishing work downtown. She texted her roommate that she was on the train home, but never arrived. By midnight, her phone had gone straight to voicemail. There was no activity on her bank account, no rideshare request, nothing. Missing adults aren't unusual in a city the size of San Francisco. Most turn up within a few hours. Sometimes they stay with friends, sometimes they simply don't answer their phones. Still, something about this report felt different. Her backpack had been found near one of the station exits. Wallet inside, phone missing. Officer Cody Holmes and I were assigned to search the surrounding streets while transit officers worked inside the station. For the next 2 hours, we walked block after block around Civic Center. Alleys, parking garages, bus stops. Nothing. We stopped several people sleeping on sidewalks to see if they'd noticed anyone matching her description. Nobody had. Around 1 a.m, a BART supervisor approached us carrying a ring of keys. "These are a couple maintenance areas we haven't checked yet," he said. "They're normally locked." He led us through an employee-only hallway behind one of the platforms. The further we walked, the quieter everything became. Passenger announcements faded behind us. The crowds disappeared. Concrete walls stretched in both directions. Pipes ran along the ceiling. Water dripped somewhere farther down the tunnel. The supervisor unlocked a heavy metal gate. "Maintenance crews use this halfway." It ran beside one of the tracks, separated from the rails by only a few feet of concrete. He pointed down the tunnel. "Goes about 300 yards before another access point." We switched on our flashlights. The supervisor stayed behind the gate. "I'll wait here." The tunnel felt colder than the station above. Not freezing, but enough to notice. Our boots echoed against the concrete as we walked beside the tracks. Every sound carried farther underground. Water, footsteps, the low hum of electrical equipment. About 100 yards in, I stopped. Cody looked back. "What?" I didn't answer immediately. It felt like someone was standing behind us. I turned, but the tunnel was empty. Only the distant glow from the station entrance remained visible. "You hear something?" Cody asked. "No." We kept walking. Another 50 yards. The maintenance path curved slightly to the left, and that's when I looked farther down the tunnel. At first I thought they were workers. There were several figures standing near the opposite wall, too far away to make out clearly. Maybe 6, maybe 8, all about the same height. None of them moved. I raised my flashlight. The beam didn't reach that far. "Cody, you seeing that?" He squinted into the darkness. Neither of us spoke for several seconds. The figures remained perfectly still. No flashlights or reflective vest. Nothing. I called out, "SFPD." No response. I tried again. Hey, if you're maintenance, identify yourselves. Silence. Then, every one of them slowly turned their head toward us. For one brief second, I thought I saw several pairs of yellow eyes reflecting in the darkness. Not bright, just dull yellow points looking back at us. And then the sound of an approaching train rolled through the tunnel. The rails began vibrating beneath our feet, the tunnel filled with rushing air, and I instinctively stepped closer to the wall. The train roared past us, filling the entire passage with noise and wind. The lights flashed across the tunnel for only a moment. When the last car disappeared, the figures were gone. Every one of them. The tunnel ahead was empty. Cody shined his flashlight down the tracks. Neither of us said anything. We just continued searching. About 50 yards farther along, my flashlight caught something near the edge of the maintenance walkway. A white sneaker. I hurried forward. A young woman lay several feet below us in a recessed drainage area beside the tracks. She wasn't moving. Her breathing was shallow. There was dried blood near one side of her forehead. Cody. He was beside me immediately. Yeah, it's her. The drop was maybe 6 feet. I climbed down carefully while Cody radioed dispatch. She had a pulse. Strong. Her left ankle was swollen badly, and she had several cuts along her arms, but there were no obvious life-threatening injuries. I called her name. No response. A minute later, she groaned softly. Her eyes opened halfway before closing again. She seemed confused more than anything. Within minutes, we heard another train approaching from farther down the line. Transit control immediately stopped rail traffic once dispatch confirmed our location. But hearing it echo toward us reinforced how close she'd been to the active tracks. With help from arriving firefighters, we lifted her back onto the maintenance walkway and carried her to the waiting ambulance. And she survived. A concussion, broken ankle, several bruised ribs. Doctors expected a full recovery. A detective interviewed her 2 days later. According to the report, she remembered leaving work, getting off the train, walking through the station, and after that, nothing. Nothing until waking up in the ambulance. Investigators reviewed every available security camera. They watched her exit the platform. She disappeared from one camera while turning a corner toward a service hallway. She never appeared on another. The hallway itself wasn't covered by surveillance. No one else matching her description entered after that. No suspicious person was ever identified. The case eventually stayed classified as an unexplained missing person with accidental injuries. Officially, she'd somehow entered a restricted maintenance area and fallen. That was the simplest explanation. Maybe it was even the correct one. I've read stranger reports that turned out to have perfectly ordinary answers. But every now and then, I think back to those figures standing in the tunnel. I asked Cody about them a few months later over coffee. I didn't mention the yellow eyes. I simply asked if he remembered seeing anyone down there. He looked at me for a second before answering. After the train passed, I figured I'd imagine that. Story 3. The Earthquake Rescue. The third report is different from the others because everybody remembers the day it happened. October 17th, 1989. If you lived anywhere around the Bay Area, you probably remember exactly where you were when the ground started moving. I wasn't a police officer yet. I was still in high school. The story came from John Keller, a retired SFPD officer I worked with during my first few years on the department. John had nearly 30 years on the job before he retired. He wasn't the kind of officer who exaggerated stories, and he almost never talked about old cases unless somebody asked. One night, we were sitting outside Central Station finishing paperwork when the conversation drifted toward earthquakes. Somebody asked him if 1989 had really been as bad as people said. He looked out toward the street for a few seconds before answering. "Wasn't the shaking, I remember. It was what came after," he said. John had been working day shift when the earthquake struck. At first, nobody understood how widespread the damage was. Radios filled with reports almost immediately. Collapsed buildings, broken gas lines, people trapped. Fires starting across different neighborhoods. Units were sent wherever they were needed. John's partner drove them toward a residential neighborhood filled with old Victorian homes. Most of the buildings were still standing. Some had shifted off their foundations. Others leaned at impossible angles without completely falling. One house near the end of the block had partially collapsed onto itself. The front porch had dropped several feet. One side of the second floor had folded inward. Neighbors were already outside, screaming that a family was still trapped. By the time John arrived, firefighters had begun organizing equipment. Nobody was rushing blindly inside. Everybody moved deliberately. One unstable wall coming down could kill everyone trying to help. The first hour was mostly preparation. Firefighters stabilized sections of the structure with heavy timber. Gas service was shut off. Electrical lines were checked. Police officers pushed curious neighbors farther back. John spent most of that time carrying equipment, medical bags, hydraulic tools, water, anything the firefighters requested. It wasn't exciting, it was exhausting. Dust covered everything. Every few minutes, someone stopped working long enough to listen. Sometimes they heard voices beneath the debris, sometimes they heard nothing. And then everyone started digging again. Well, eventually, firefighters located the first survivor, a little girl trapped beneath part of the staircase. She wasn't seriously injured, just terrified. John crawled partway through the opening while a firefighter kept loose debris from shifting overhead. The girl reached toward him without saying anything. He carried her back outside where paramedics immediately wrapped her in blankets despite the warm afternoon. Her mother was found less than an hour later, pinned beneath a collapsed doorway. Conscious, dehydrated, still talking. It took nearly 40 minutes to free her without causing more of the structure to collapse. By then, the sun had started getting lower. Aftershocks continued every so often, small enough that they usually caused no additional damage, large enough that everyone froze whenever the ground started vibrating again. Nobody spoke during those moments. They simply waited, then went back to work. A teenage boy was recovered next. He'd been trapped inside what remained of an upstairs bedroom. A broken arm, several cuts, otherwise incredibly lucky. Each successful rescue gave everybody a little more energy. If 3 people were alive, maybe everyone else was too. The father was located shortly after sunset. He'd been buried beneath part of the kitchen ceiling. Firefighters spent nearly an hour removing debris, piece by piece, before lifting him free. He had a broken leg and several cracked ribs, but still alive. John said the entire block applauded when paramedics wheeled him toward the ambulance. That left one person unaccounted for: the grandfather. According to family members, he'd been sitting in a downstairs living room watching television when the earthquake began. Nobody had seen him afterward. The search continued well into the evening. Portable lights illuminated the broken house. Generators hummed in the street. Firefighters worked carefully through every remaining section. Nobody wanted to rush, not after bringing 4 people out alive. John spent much of that time carrying smaller pieces of lumber away from search crews and helping keep pathways clear. There wasn't much talking anymore. Everybody was tired, covered in dust, moving because people still needed them to. About 3 hours after the search began, one firefighter called for silence. The entire scene stopped. Generators, voices, tools, everything. Someone thought they'd heard tapping beneath what remained of the front sitting room. The crews listened. Nothing. And then 3 faint knocks. Firefighters immediately marked the location and began removing debris by hand. John helped pass broken boards and bricks back through a growing line of responders. Nobody spoke louder than necessary, and every movement became slower, more careful. Nearly another hour passed before they reached the grandfather, and he had not survived. The collapse had trapped him almost instantly. The medical examiner later determined he likely died early during the earthquake. John said that was somehow comforting. The family didn't have to wonder whether he'd suffered for hours waiting to be found. By the time the body was respectfully removed, the scene had finally begun winding down. Paramedics left. Most of the neighbors returned to their homes. Firefighters started gathering equipment. Police remained behind to secure the property until engineers could inspect it the following morning. John volunteered to help make one final walkthrough with a fire captain, mostly to ensure nobody had accidentally been overlooked. The structure was eerily quiet now. Dust still drifted through flashlight beams. Broken picture frames covered the floors. Furniture lay scattered where the house had folded inward. They checked every room carefully. Kitchen, dining room, front parlor, everything clear. When they reached the staircase, John noticed something that immediately made him stop. Footprints. Fresh, muddy footprints. They crossed the dusty hardwood floor toward the stairs. One set, bare feet, small enough to belong to a child. John frowned. He knew every surviving family member had already been accounted for. The little girl had been wearing shoes when she'd been rescued. These prints were barefoot. The fire captain noticed them too. "You expecting somebody?" John shook his head. The footprints climbed the stairs, and both men followed slowly. The upper hallway was empty. They checked every room again. Bedrooms, bathroom, closets. Nothing. No broken window, no attic access, no sign anyone had recently been there. The footprints simply ended near an upstairs bedroom doorway. Beyond that point, nothing. Just dust covering the floor exactly as it had been before. John searched the room twice. There wasn't anywhere for someone to hide. He finally walked back downstairs. The fire captain was still looking toward the staircase. "You see those?" John asked. The captain nodded. Neither man said anything for several seconds. Finally, John broke the silence. "You think somebody wandered in?" The captain looked at the footprints one last time before switching off his flashlight. I've worked fires, floods, earthquakes, and every major disaster gets reports like this." John waited for him to explain. He never did. Story 4. The apartment nobody lived in. Now, by the time I reached my 8th year with the department, I'd learned that certain addresses seemed to generate the same call over and over again. Not because they were dangerous exactly, because nobody could ever figure out what was happening. One of those addresses was an old apartment building in the Richmond district. It sat on a quiet residential street only a few blocks from Golden Gate Park. 4 stories tall, built sometime in the 1920s, with faded cream-colored walls and narrow wooden staircases that creaked no matter how lightly you walked across them. The first call came in on a rainy Tuesday evening. Welfare check. Those are usually simple. A family member can't reach someone. A neighbor hasn't seen an elderly resident for several days. Most of the time, everything turns out fine. Dispatch told us multiple tenants had reported hearing someone inside apartment 4B. Furniture scraping across the floor. Heavy footsteps. Someone crying late at night. The problem was, according to the property manager, nobody had lived there in years. Officer Cody Holmes was working with me that night. We parked in front of the building just after 10. Rainwater dripped steadily from the fire escapes. Several tenants were already waiting near the entrance. An older woman immediately walked toward us. "Oh, I'm glad you're here." "What's going on?" I asked. She pointed toward the upper floors. "It started again." "What started?" "The moving." She lowered her voice then. "Every night around 9. Another tenant joined the conversation then. "Yeah, you hear chairs sliding, the floor shakes, and somebody starts crying." He rubbed his arms despite wearing a jacket. "My bedroom, it's directly underneath." I asked whether anyone had actually seen somebody enter the apartment. Both shook their heads. The landlord arrived a few minutes later, carrying a ring of keys. His name was Keith. He apologized before we'd even gone upstairs. I know this sounds ridiculous. You've checked the apartment? I asked. Dozens of times. And? It's empty, he said. He led us to the 4th floor. Apartment 4B sat at the end of a narrow hallway. The paint around the doorway had yellowed with age. Dust covered the windows. Keith unlocked the deadbolt. I haven't rented this place since, probably 4 years ago. Why not? Too many people move out. They, hear things, he said. The door swung inward. The apartment was dark. Our flashlights swept across old hardwood floors, bare walls, empty rooms. Nothing. It looked exactly like an apartment waiting for renovation. Dust covered nearly every surface. The kind that builds up when a place sits untouched for months, maybe longer. Cody checked the kitchen while I moved toward the living room. Everything was exactly as Keith described. Empty. The fridge had been removed. Cabinets stood open. Even the light fixtures had been taken down. There wasn't anywhere for someone to hide. I called out anyway. SFPD. Only the rain answered. We searched the bedroom, bathroom, closets. Nothing. Keith leaned against the doorway. I told you. I was about to agree when Cody stopped walking. Hey, John. I looked over. He hadn't moved. His flashlight pointed toward the hardwood floor. At first I didn't understand what I was seeing, and then I walked closer. Footprints. Bare footprints. Dark with rainwater. Fresh enough that the edges hadn't begun drying. They started near the apartment's entrance, crossed the living room, headed toward the far wall. Nobody spoke. I crouched beside the nearest print. Definitely barefoot. Small. Maybe a woman's, teenager's. Not large enough to belong to either Keith or Cody. I reached out. Still damp. Cody looked toward Keith. You been in here today? Keith immediately shook his head. Nope. I stood and slowly followed the prints, one after another, perfectly spaced, like someone had calmly walked across the apartment only moments before we arrived. They crossed the center of the living room, and then stopped. Not faded or turned around, I mean stopped. The final footprint rested in the middle of the hardwood floor, and beyond it, nothing. I swept my flashlight across every corner again. Empty. Cody walked slowly around the room. Yeah, there's got to be another exit. But there wasn't. The windows were painted shut. The fire escape outside had rusted years earlier. The bathroom vent wasn't large enough for a person. Keith stared at the last footprint without saying anything. And we photographed everything, measured the prints, checked every inch of the apartment again, and nothing. Crime scene technicians even responded. They dusted fingerprints, collected moisture samples, examined the hallway. No usable evidence. The report eventually listed the incident as an unfounded welfare check. Possible trespasser unable to be identified. No property damage or victim. Case closed. I forgot about it, at least for a while. About 4 months later, Cody walked into the briefing room, holding a stack of reports. He tossed one onto my desk. Remember Richmond District? I looked down. Same address. Apartment 4B. Another welfare check. This time, a new tenant had rented the apartment after renovations. She called shortly before midnight. Reported hearing footsteps in her living room. Furniture sliding. Someone crying. Responding officers searched the apartment. Nobody found. I flipped another page. There were photographs attached. Bare footprints. Wet. Crossing the hardwood floor. Stopping in the middle of the room. exactly where we'd found them months earlier. Well, I drove over the next morning before going home. The tenant was exhausted. Looked like she hadn't slept in days. I thought someone was breaking in. What happened? I asked. She pointed toward the living room. Well, I woke up because I heard somebody moving furniture. You have furniture? I asked. She laughed nervously. Yeah, that's the strange part. She only owned a couch. Nothing else heavy enough to drag across the floor. What about the crying? Her expression changed then. I heard a woman. It sounded like she was trying not to cry. I asked if she'd actually seen anyone. No, just the footprints. She refused to stay another night. Moved out before the week ended. Over the next few years, I saw that address come across dispatch several more times. Not often, maybe once every year or two. Always the same complaints. Footsteps, furniture moving, somebody crying. Sometimes responding officers found nothing at all. Sometimes they found fresh, wet footprints ending in the middle of the living room. The landlord eventually stopped trying to rent apartment 4B, and he just left it vacant. Story 5. The Call from Fort Point. The last report happened during my 10th year with SFPD on a cold night in January. The fog had settled over the northern waterfront before sunset. It never really lifted. By midnight, the Golden Gate Bridge looked like it was floating in the clouds. You could still see the lower portions of the towers if you were close enough, but the tops disappeared into solid gray. My partner, Cody Holmes, and I were finishing a traffic collision report near Fisherman's Wharf when dispatch interrupted us.
Possible jumper, Fort Point, multiple callers.
This wasn't the kind of call you took lightly. Fort Point sits directly beneath the southern end of the Golden Gate Bridge. During the day, it's full of tourists, photographers, and people walking along the shoreline. At night, it becomes almost empty. Just the sound of waves hitting the rocks and traffic rumbling overhead. Dispatch continued.
Callers report a female standing near the shoreline below the bridge.
Any description? I asked.
White jacket, dark hair, standing on the rocks facing the water.
No one reported seeing her climb over anything. Nobody reported hearing screams. She was simply standing there. Well, we arrived less than 6 minutes later. The parking lot was empty except for one parked sedan. The engine was cold. No one inside. The fog rolled across the shoreline in slow waves, hiding sections of the beach before revealing them again. Cody grabbed his flashlight. I'll check east. I'll head toward the rocks, I said. And we split up. The tide was low enough to expose a narrow strip of rocky shoreline beneath the bridge. My flashlight swept across driftwood, seaweed, and wet stone. Nothing. I called out, SFPD. Only the bridge answered. Traffic echoed high above me. A few gulls lifted from the shoreline before settling again farther down the beach. Dispatch came back over the radio.
Unit 12.
Go ahead.
We've received 3 additional calls.
Same description?
Affirmative.
They still see her. A pause.
They're saying she's standing perfectly still.
I looked up toward the overlook above Fort Point. There weren't any people there now, at least none that I could see. Where are the callers? I asked.
They're driving across the bridge.
So they're calling while moving? I asked.
Affirmative.
Every caller had seen the same woman while driving southbound across the Golden Gate Bridge, standing on the rocks, looking toward the Pacific. I searched another 20 minutes. Nothing. Cody checked the parking lot, nearby paths, and the old brick fort itself. Nothing. The Coast Guard confirmed nobody had entered the water. No witnesses remained on scene, no vehicles appeared abandoned, no signs of a struggle. We were about to clear the call when my flashlight landed on something tucked between 2 large rocks near the waterline. Flowers. A small bouquet, long dead. Only dried stems remained beneath faded plastic wrapping. Beside it rested a weathered photograph protected inside a cracked plastic sleeve. I carefully picked it up. The picture showed a young woman standing near the Golden Gate Bridge. Early 20s, dark hair, smiling toward the camera. There wasn't any writing on the back, just the photograph. Cody walked over. "What'd you find?" I handed it to him. He looked at the flowers. "Memorial?" "Looks like it," I said. We searched the surrounding rocks. There were a few more old flowers scattered nearby. Some candles, small stones arranged into rough circles. Nothing unusual for a place where people occasionally leave memorials. Still, it felt oddly specific. The following afternoon, curiosity got the better of me. I called the National Park Service office responsible for Fort Point. An older park ranger answered. He'd worked there for almost 30 years. I described the call, and before I finished, he quietly laughed. "You saw the flowers?" "You know about them?" "Yeah, they've been there in one form or another for years." According to him, park rangers occasionally receive the same report, usually on foggy nights. Drivers crossing the bridge would call saying a woman was standing alone near the shoreline beneath Fort Point. By the time officers or rangers arrived, nobody would be there. That evening, I stopped by our records office before heading home, mostly because I wanted to know whether he was exaggerating. I searched incident reports tied to Fort Point. Possible jumper, welfare check, suspicious person. There were more than I expected. Different years and responding officers and witnesses. The descriptions hardly changed. Female, standing on shoreline, facing the water, not moving, unable to locate on arrival. One report dated back nearly 20 years, another almost 30. I even found one where the responding officer wrote that several motorists independently described the woman's clothing before arriving on scene. White jacket, dark hair, standing perfectly still. No subject located. Case closed. Well, I kept digging. There wasn't any missing persons case connected to the reports. No homicide or recovered remains. Nothing that tied everything together. Just dozens of nearly identical calls spread across decades. Eventually, I asked one of the older detectives if he'd ever heard about him. He looked at the incident numbers, then nodded once. "Fort Point?" "Yeah." He handed the folder back. "I've been there twice." "You find anybody?" I asked. "No." "What do you think people are seeing?" I continued. And he just shrugged. Well, the reports continued long after my first visit. Every so often, another one appeared. Another driver and witness. The descriptions never changed very much. Neither did the outcome. No body or arrest. No missing person connected to the scene. Just another report filed away beside the others. A few years later, I drove across the Golden Gate Bridge on my night off. Heavy fog, light traffic. And as I passed over Fort Point, I caught myself glancing down toward the shoreline, and for just a moment, I thought I saw someone standing near the rocks. By the time I reached the next opening in the fog, the shoreline was empty again. Maybe it had been driftwood, maybe it was a shadow, or maybe it was something else. Well, like I told you earlier, people usually assume police officers remember the biggest cases, the shootings, the hostage situations, the pursuits that end up on the evening news. The truth is, those calls mostly blend together. Every report follows the same process. You secure the scene, you interview witnesses, you collect evidence, you write your report. Eventually, someone higher up closes the case, and another file takes its place. That's how the job is supposed to work. It's the reports without answers that stay with you. The cargo ship that drifted through the fog without appearing on radar. The missing 19-year-old who somehow ended up beside active BART tracks after passing through a hallway where no cameras ever saw her leave. The old earthquake rescue where everyone was accounted for, except the muddy footprints leading into an empty second floor. The vacant apartment, where wet footprints stopped in the middle of a room that hadn't been lived in for years. The woman beneath the Golden Gate Bridge, who dozens of strangers reported seeing over the course of decades, yet somehow never existed long enough for responding officers to find her. None of those reports solved anything. They just ended. Every one of them was filed away in a cabinet somewhere, case closed. No suspect or arrest or explanation. San Francisco has been through almost everything a city can survive. Earthquakes, major fires, shipwrecks, disappearances. More than a century of people arriving here hoping to start over. When enough history piles up in one place, strange stories tend to pile up with it. Most of them aren't true. Some grow larger every time they're told. But every once in a while, a report lands on your desk that refuses to fit anywhere. You read it once, then again. You talk to the officers who were there. You check the photographs. You go back to the scene, and nothing changes. I retired a few years ago. These days my nights are a lot quieter. But every now and then, when the fog starts rolling in off the bay, I'll find myself remembering the strange things I saw in San Francisco.
The detective agency where I used to work has no sign outside of its offices, no online presence or publicly listed phone number. Its client list is exclusive, wealthy, and word of mouth only. In the 2 years that I've spent employed there, no one ever buzzed at the reinforced doors without an appointment. At least, not until last Saturday. There was something disarming about how the blonde waved at the security camera and held her designer bag with both hands while she waited for me to open the door. The clients that I was used to were corporate and political elites who saw me as a disappointing dollar value on their way to something better. I was the most junior agent, which might explain why I was stuck at the office while my superiors went golfing with former clients. Maybe that was why something about the sad young woman's smile had resonated with me. And by the time that she had sat down at my desk, the biometric security system had already worked up a profile that had told me the value of her wardrobe, the likelihood that she was armed or mentally unstable, and of course, her identity. Even before the information flashed across my screen, however, I thought she looked familiar. She was Rosha Goldham, the recent widow of construction mogul Isaac Goldham. Isaac had been gunned down after hours at one of his work sites just over a week ago. "Before you ask," the blonde began, "I've already told all of this to the police. I can't blame them for not believing me. I can hardly believe it myself." I tried not to think about the 35-year age gap between Rosha and her deceased husband, or the fact that her shoes alone were worth more than what I made in a month. At the agency, we were paid on commission. If I could land Rosha Goldham as a client, I would finally be making the kind of money and connections that it took to succeed in this business. I did my best to look sympathetic as I leaned across my desk and asked how I could help. "I would tell you my name," the blonde said, "but you know that already, don't you? Just like how you know about what happened to my husband." I nodded. In situations like this, it was usually best to just let the client talk. "What you probably don't know," she went on, "is that Isaac wasn't alone. I followed him to the worksite that night, and I saw the man who killed him." I fought to keep the surprise off my face, As far as I knew, the police didn't have any leads on the Goldham case. Rosha, meanwhile, had already launched into a description of the crime. "Oh, it might sound silly to you, detective, but I went after Isaac that night because I thought he might be cheating. I mean, where else would a multimillionaire be going on a rainy Wednesday at 2 in the morning without telling his wife? At any other time, I'm sure he would have noticed me, but something had him distracted. He parked illegally a few blocks over and squeezed through a cut in the fence like he had been doing it all his life. My heels got stuck in the mud trying to keep up with them. Have you ever been in a construction zone after hours, detective?" I shook my head. "Oh, it's dark. Real dark. Apart from the lights they leave on to keep away the copper thieves. There's big, shadowy piles of junk everywhere. Ragged plastic that rattles in the wind. Cords tangled on the floor like the tentacles of some monster." Rosha shuddered. Only the skeleton of the apartment complex was finished. Isaac went down some stairs on the side, toward where the basement was going to be, and that was as far as he got. What could he have been looking for down there, detective? It was nothing but a bunch of bare concrete hallways and drain pipes. Rosha drew in a deep breath. "I thought the guy was a squatter at first. I mean, he had on this long coat and wide-brimmed hat, the kind that went out of style like 100 years ago. Anyway, I saw something gleam in his hand. It was the barrel of a gun. I screamed, Isaac turned, and the stranger started blasting. I've never heard anything so loud. And in the light of the gunfire, I saw him. He was so pale that I could see the veins beneath his skin. His teeth looked longer than they should have been, like his gums had rotted away or something, and his face was..." The young widow buried her face in her hands. I got some hot tea from the coffee stand and I placed it in front of her. She wrapped her hands around the mug but didn't drink. "Oh, I'm sorry," Rosha sobbed. "After the shooting finally stopped, the stranger lifted a grate and climbed down a ladder. The police told me that it leads into the drainage tunnels." Rosha took the tissue that I offered her, blew her nose, and then suddenly looked up at me with fierce, tearful blue eyes. "You know what people are saying, right? A young widow, a big fortune, an unsolved murder. It doesn't matter what any jury decides. If this ends here, I'm going to be a pariah for the rest of my life." So it wasn't about justice. It was about her. I couldn't say that I was surprised. But if Rosha Goldham wanted to pay me several $100 an hour to go stomping through the sewers in search of a pale boogeyman in a trench coat, who was I to argue? I took down a few more details and promised to contact her as soon as I had something. My next call was to Mickey Falstaff at the records office. I don't know what my superiors had on Mickey, but he could get us any documents that we needed from the local government, without the red tape. I told him that I needed some maps of the sewer system. When he asked what for, I laughed and told him that I was hunting a ghost. For some reason, Mickey didn't seem to think that that was funny. He promised to send over the plans that I had requested, but he cautioned me to compare them to the past decades' missing persons reports before I did anything else. There was a significant overlap. I mean, of course there was. The drainage tunnel access points were likely to be in rough neighborhoods and isolated areas. Exactly the sorts of places where people were likely to disappear. It was so obvious that I wondered just what the hell Mickey had meant by that ominous warning of his. An hour later, I was outside the drainage tunnel entrance that was nearest to the murder scene, and geared up with thick rubber boots and multiple sources of light. I still hadn't told my employers or anybody else where I was going. I needed to find something for Rosha before some more experienced agent swooped in and stole her away from me. I was breaking half a dozen agency rules already, and if I didn't return to the surface with something, I could kiss my career goodbye. The first thing that I noticed was the smell. A putrid, greenish odor like if water could rot. I followed it to the far side of an abandoned lot, trying not to cut myself on the torn open chain link fence. There it was, a lightless, cylindrical tunnel. Somebody had built a ragged lean-to among all the garbage by its entrance. They had lit a fire in a rusty barrel too, but otherwise there was no sign of them. I switched on my headlamp and continued inside. The further that I got from the daylight, the less that I wanted to leave it behind. The walls were covered with graffiti. Somebody had smeared crap, or maybe tar, on one of them, in a manner that struck me as almost artistic. Something brushed against the back of my neck. I hoped it was a cobweb. The tunnel turned and I found myself in true darkness, alone except for the trickle of the water in the slimy culvert beside me. The shanty's trash and other signs of human occupation began to disappear. The tunnel connected with another larger gallery where water poured from pipes into a sinister black pool below. According to my map, the place where Isaac Goldham had been shot was about 100 feet above and to my right. I began moving a little more slowly, searching for a boot print, a shell casing, or any other sign of the mysterious machine gunner. Unlike the police who had been through here earlier, I had every incentive to believe Rosha's story and take my time. But after an hour of searching, I still had nothing. I passed the access ladder leading up to Goldham's construction site, which had been sealed off by police tape even down here. I was making another pass through these surrounding tunnels when I realized that I had missed a turn. I retraced my steps to the previous intersection, but the view in all four directions was the same. Concrete, graffiti, debris, and darkness. I made a little pile of rubble and placed a coin on top of it to mark my place, and then I continued on ahead. If I didn't encounter the gallery with the black pool after several minutes, I could just return to my marker and try a different passage. That way, I was bound to find the exit tunnel eventually. Or so I thought. After 5 minutes of walking, there was no end to the first passage in sight. I turned back to try the second, but I never found my marker. As impossible as it was to believe, the shiny penny that I had placed there had somehow vanished. Who could it have been? One of the vagrants who inhabited these tunnels. A rat. I had seen several pairs of beady red eyes as I explored the tunnels, and every time I squeezed around a pile of rubbish, I hoped that I wouldn't look down and find a pair of yellow teeth about to sink into my ankle. Without it, however, I was truly lost. I stayed that way until I stumbled across another passage, one that seemed less used than the others. Maybe it had even been part of an earlier construction that was never walled off. It wasn't where I had come from, but it might have been the path that Isaac Goldstein's murderer had taken. If so, it would also give me a way out of the sewers. The tattered piles of wood and trash that clogged it hadn't been left by the homeless. They had been dragged in by flooding water and left behind when it receded. Something skittered along the wall as I brushed aside the ragged remains of a tarp. And that's when I saw the door. An old, thick piece of bare metal with a waterproof seal. This, I was sure, didn't appear on Mickey Falstaff's maps. I rummaged in my pack for a crowbar and shimmied the seal open until I could cut the lock. I noticed uneasily that the door could be padlocked from either the inside or the outside. There was no scurry of vermin within. It was just a dank, narrow hallway, but at its end was a white, panel-frame door, like something out of an old-fashioned house. There was even an iron porch lamp above it. If I strained my ears, I thought that I could even hear music. A woman laughed. A high-pitched, hysterical sound more suited to a cocktail bar than the depths of a sewer. And that eerily ordinary-looking door began to open, and for some reason my blood ran cold. I dashed back into the passage, switched off my headlamp, and crouched behind a heap of junk listening. "Oh, where are you going, Bert?" "Oh, I thought I heard somebody." A deep male voice slurred. The clack of fancy shoes echoed in the hallway. I caught a whiff of old-fashioned cologne, cigar smoke, whiskey, and gun oil. I held my breath. "No, there's nothing out there but the rats," another man yelled. "So you'll fit right in." There was another peal of laughter. Then came a clatter of clanging metal and a grunt of surprise. Bert had found the lock that I had cut. "What the hell?" he mumbled. I bit down a scream as something with a lot of legs crawled across my hand. "I know you're here, jackass," Bert shouted into the tunnel. "If you come out right now and don't make me go looking for you, maybe we can be friends. If not..." He trailed off and stepped out into the passage. Despite not having any source of light apart from the cracked open door behind him, the stranger navigated through the tangled junk with ease. An impossible thought occurred to me. He could see in the dark. If that was true, he would find me as soon as he turned around. I did some quick mental math, calculating the distance to the nearest bend in the tunnel, and then I made a run for it. The man called Bert spun immediately. The boom of his automatic rifle was deafening. "Oh, don't go," he shouted. "The fun's just getting started." I slipped in the slimy water and crawled on my hands and knees around the corner, panting. Through the painful ringing in my ears, I could barely hear my pursuer's footsteps, slow, deliberate, like he had all the time in the world. And in a sense, he did. I was going to die here, I realized, gunned down in a sewer by some psycho with a machine gun. Still, I didn't have to make it easy for him. And gritting my teeth against the pain, I got to my feet and ran blindly ahead. Feeling my way along the wall for the next passage, my shin bashed against the corner of a discarded bathtub. Spiders scrambled angrily across my face as I crashed through the tattered remains of a shower curtain that had gotten tangled up in the pipes overhead. More ear-splitting gunshots lit the tunnel ahead. I had almost made it to the next intersection. The remains of a tin can exploded near my feet. Bert wolf whistled at me. He was enjoying this, I realized. Maybe he was even missing on purpose, trying to see how far he could run me before I collapsed from exhaustion. He was playing with me like some sick-minded kid torturing a bug. But the longer that I stayed alive, the greater my chances of escape would be. I faced my headlamp backward, switched it on, and was rewarded by an angry snarl as the bright beam spoiled my pursuer's night vision. I caught a glimpse of a bulky silhouette, similar to Roche's description. Fedora, pinstripe suit, a horribly pale face with dark, tiny eyes. Bert's curses were drowned out by another burst of gunfire. He had missed again, but instinct told me that my little trick had taken the joy out of the game for him. Now he was shooting to kill. I took a left and then another. I spotted daylight coming from a shoulder-wide pipe in the wall and I scrambled into it. I squeezed through until I saw an ordinary sewer grate up ahead. As I jumped up to pull myself out into the street, I took a final look back down the pipe. Although I couldn't be sure, I thought that I saw the reflection of daylight on a pair of shiny shoes. I had crawled out into a neighborhood of overgrown lots and shuttered, rundown houses. The elderly woman and child on the opposite sidewalk avoided eye contact with me, and I couldn't say that I blamed them. I was filthy, wide-eyed, and cut in a dozen places. But I was alive. I had confirmed that the psycho from Roche's story was real. I even had some idea of where to find him. Still, as exclusive as the agency was, we weren't some paramilitary force. With my phone back in service, the first call I made was to the police. It was the strangest interaction that I ever had with law enforcement. A young, disbelieving officer took me to an interrogation room, where a few hours later a plainclothes detective heard my story and told me to wait some more. 2 hours passed before a middle-aged woman in a suit stalked into the room and threw the lock that I had severed onto the steel table. Trespassing, vandalism, destruction of government property. She ran down a list. Oh, and that's just a start. If you ever bring this up again, we'll prosecute you for all of it to the fullest extent of the law. Oh, those maximum penalties might not seem like much. The gray-haired woman grinned cruelly. Oh, but believe me, they add up. Oh, and I suggest you prepare a box for any possessions you still have at your agency. I've just spoken with the chief of the board. You're officially out of a job. Might be a good time to start over, huh? Maybe in another town. Someplace with better prospects. Think about it. The woman turned to go. In less than 30 seconds, she had completely taken apart my life, and I didn't even know her name. I stood, my jaw hanging open. The young officer that I had spoken with earlier was there, but the indulgent smile was gone from his face. He gripped my arm none too gently and led me out of the station. I felt like a stranger in my own city. I thought about the apartment that I had just moved into, confident that my high-paying job at the agency would cover the rent. I could last for another 2 months, maybe 3, but after that, who could say? The agency wasn't exactly going to give me a glowing reference. I pondered what the woman had said. I could pack my bags and head back to the West Coast like a dog with its tail between its legs. Or I could pay a visit to Rocha Goldham. The Goldham place was an imposing downtown structure with views of the lake. Not that there was much to see on such a dreary afternoon. Between the silence and the gray rain drumming against the windows, it reminded me of an overpriced mausoleum. And there was a semicircular desk beside the elevators where a doorman or security guard might have sat, but it was empty. I buzzed Rocha's penthouse myself and she let me up immediately. "Oh my God," she said instead of hello. "Oh, what happened to your face?" Although my exploration gear was tucked away in my backpack, the cuts and bruises from my flight through the sewers were obvious. I fidgeted with my hat and fumbled for an answer. Without my desk, my cutting-edge computer, and the reputation of the agency like to back me up, I felt surprisingly lost. And it didn't help that Rocha was so damn beautiful. She had changed into a simple, eloquent black dress. Her cheeks were flushed with emotion. I decided to begin with the most important, obvious thing that I could. I told Rocha that I believed her. I told her that I really had found something in the drainage tunnels, and although I wasn't sure what we were dealing with, I was willing to see it through to the bitter end. Her result wasn't what I had expected. She pushed away from the ultra-chic couch that she had been leaning on, crossed the room and threw her arms around me. Her lips brushed against my ear as she spoke. "He's in the closet, aiming at both of us. He told me that he would kill me if I didn't invite you up. I'm sorry. My eyes darted over Rocha's shoulder to the lightless, cracked open hall closet. A polished black shoe nudged open the door. I knew the rhythm of those footsteps, and now to my horror, I could see the rest of the stranger clearly. Beneath the harsh lights of Rocha's apartment, his skin seemed almost transparent. The hole where his nose used to be made his face appear skull-like. There was nothing weak or sickly about his eyes. However, their oversized black pupils sparkled with cruel intelligence. He wasn't a monster. He was a man just like me. And somehow that made it worse. "A long time no see, buddy," he sneered. The recession of his purplish gums made his teeth appear to be nearly twice the normal length. "Walk." He waved a revolver in our direction, and then tucked it into the pocket of his overcoat. If either of us tried to shout a warning, the other would be dead before anyone could help. We were marched back through the lobby and out into the rain. I thought I knew now why the security guard's chair had been empty. The pale stranger led us to a back alley manhole cover and gestured at me to lift it. Everything that I had ever heard about kidnappers, murderers, and second locations flashed through my head. But I knew from experience that we would both be gunned down right here if I didn't cooperate. For the second time that day, I climbed down into the drainage tunnels. The stranger handed Rocha a clunky old-fashioned flashlight and ordered her to go after me. He dropped down behind us with feline grace. "Walk," he repeated. Rocha and I did as we were told. Apart from the distant noise of rushing water, there was nothing to mark the passage of time. It felt like forever before we had arrived at another one of those rusted, slab-like metal doors. The stranger tossed me a key and told me to open the padlock. An unsettling question gnawed at me. If the pale gunman and his accomplices came from within the metal doors, why were they sometimes padlocked from the outside? The corridor on the other side was identical to the one that I had encountered before, down to the white wood panel door and the wrought iron porch lamp. Before, it had felt eerily out of place. Now it felt like if I walked through it, I would never come out again. "Oh, just couldn't let it go, could ya?" the stranger was saying. "Just had to stick your nose in a little further, and look where it got ya. Knock 3 times, he told Rocha. "Slow." She followed his instructions, and when she saw the man on the other side, she screamed. A hideous growth covered half of his face, swelling shut his right eye. But I had no doubt that he could see well enough to use the machine gun that he was holding. A shiver ran through me. Who the hell were these disfigured men? And why were they dressed like they had walked out of the 1930s? "Bert," the disfigured man smiled with empty gums. "Oh, look what the cat dragged in. The boss is gonna be pleased, especially with her." He made a noise that might have been a whistle as he leered at Rocha, and then, without warning, he bashed the butt of his weapon into my nose. I went down, blood spurting from it. "Pugh," Bert grunted. "Can't even stand a little love tap." He kicked my ribs with the tip of one of his polished shoes. "Now you see why we've got the red carpet." He wasn't kidding. The stuff might have been fancy at one time, but years of dampness and overuse had taken their toll. With its unevenness and dark patches, the maroon floor looked like a roughening sea of blood. There was particle board and wallpaper on the walls, although it too was peeling away in ragged yellow straps. Something seemed off about the antique brass lamps. It took me a moment to realize that they were lit by gas. 100 years ago, this place would have been the lap of luxury, but now it looked like a badly cared for antique shop. Another kick connected with my kidney, and I decided to keep my comments about the decor to myself. "Walk," Bert snarled. "Or better yet, crawl." He hung his fedora beside several others at the door and ran his fingers through his scabbed, greasy, half-fallen-out hair. Not wanting to give him the satisfaction, I lurched to my feet and staggered down the hallway beside Rosha, pressing a fist against the worrying pain in my side. We veered left, and I gasped at what I saw around the corner. It was a ballroom complete with chandeliers, a bandstand, and a grand staircase. Several girls in barely their dresses lounged against the bar, fear and resignation in their sunken eyes. Another overweight man in a gaudy suit lounged behind it, fiddling with a phonograph. The white tablecloths were threadbare, the plaster on the ceiling cracked. The moisture in the air made the frescoed angels appear to be crying ink-black tears. What the hell was this place? A pair of double doors swung open on the far side of the room. Two of the girls glanced up as we passed. One seemed like she wanted to shout a warning, and the other seemed to be considering making a grab for the big man's gun while he was distracted, but decided against it. The third stared at the counter, too drunk or traumatized to react to our presence. And with a shudder, I realized why they looked so familiar. All three could have been grown-up versions of some of the missing persons photos that I had seen earlier. A pair of double doors opened on the other side. Two men, young, uncomfortable in their baggy outfits, and not quite so disfigured, held them open for us. Within, a group played cards around a table. The light was so dim that I couldn't make out much more than their hands and shirt sleeves. "This is them, boss," Bert announced, bowing his head respectfully. The large man at the rear of the table waved a large, scarred hand. The other card players backed away into the shadows. He snapped his fingers and somebody brought him a gin and tonic on a silver plate. For a minute, there was no sound but the hammering of my heart against my chest. Then the man that they called Boss finished his long, slow sip. "Let me ask you a question," he said, arms wide open and treacherously friendly. "Just who do you think you're dealing with here?" These psychos were going to torture us to find out what we knew and then kill us. I could see that clearly now. It might be slower or faster, more or less painful, depending on what I said. But no matter what, the outcome would be the same. Rage boiled over inside of me. "A bunch of freaks in cheap suits," I snapped. "You're something out of a bad gangster movie." Bert moved to hit me, but the boss held up a hand. "Oh, a gangster movie, huh?" he mocked. "You've ever heard of somebody called Alphonse Capone?" I glared. Chicago's most famous crime boss had been dead for nearly a century, but just about everybody in the city knew his name. "Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Let me ask you another question. You really think a guy like that with all those millions would just let himself get locked up behind bars? There have always been lookalikes willing to go to prison to protect their families, and there have been tunnels in this city since the 1860s. "So what?" I snorted. "You want me to believe that you're Al Capone?" "His great-grandson, actually. And if you're asking yourself why we're allowed to go on doing business down here, just look at what happened to Mr. Isaac Goldham. Murdered by a guy with no fingerprints, no birth certificate, and absolute loyalty to me. How many others do you think we've washed over the years? Why get rid of us when we can be so useful to the powers that be?" "And the disappearances," I challenged. "Well, I mean, we gotta repopulate somehow, right? The boss laughed. Our connections up top take care of the rest. They keep us in good food and good liquor, even send down medicine to keep us from getting any, sicker. And in return, we do what we do best. I thought about the weird facial sores, the rotted off limbs and skin that never saw sunlight. Hadn't the real Al Capone died of syphilis? Regardless of whether there was any truth to what this psychopath was saying, the symptoms lined up. I was no doctor, but even I knew that the horrible mutations that I had seen down here could be prevented if treatment happened early enough. But did the boss and his goons know that? If somebody up above wanted to control and use these twisted underground hitmen, then making them medically dependent would be a perfect strategy. Oh, it's been nice talking to you. We don't get many visitors down here, you know. The boss commented. And besides, there's something, I don't know, refreshing about spilling your guts to some stranger. Confession's good for the soul, they say. And while they've got plenty of ladies and liquor down here, we ain't got no priest. They take their secrets to the grave, you know. And you will too. The boss leaned forward and grinned. From the top of his nose to the bottom of his chin, the center of his face was a single gruesome, weeping sore from which his teeth stuck out at jagged angles, like bent tombstones. He snapped his fingers again and strong hands closed around Rosha and I, pulling us apart. I fought to hang on to her, but somebody punched me in the stomach. The last things that I saw before the double doors swung shut was the look of wide-eyed terror on her face. I was dragged back through the decaying ballroom and down another hallway. I caught a glimpse of a kitchen, a storage closet, even an antiquated gymnasium. There was everything a certain type of person could want, except for sunlight. And then it was out another door, down a flight of slime-covered stairs, and into a dripping concrete corridor lit only by Bert's flashlight. The complex was enormous. Part palace, part prison, part foul spiderweb that linked to every drainage tunnel in the city. I thought about the rats that I had seen before. If there were any down here, they were probably bigger and more aggressive than I could possibly imagine. Bert kicked something as he walked. It was a skull, I realized numbly, just like the plastic ones that were hung up in science classrooms or what you would see on Halloween. Only this one was real. Mold grew out from a hole in its cranium. There was another staircase ahead, one that looked far older and more dilapidated than the first. It disappeared into dark water halfway down. No matter what, I told myself I wasn't going to go down those steps. Bert set down the flashlight. A gesture passed between him and the other goon restraining me. Before I knew what was happening, Bert had pinned me by my throat against the grimy wall while the other pulled off my clothes. Laughing, they shoved me down the slick stairs and into the water. I'll never forget that feeling. It was oily, cluttered with offal and grease, and freezing cold. I stepped gingerly, knowing that one bent nail or jagged piece of glass would foil any chance that I had of escape. A rusty steel grate clanged shut behind me. Was this a prison, a torture pit? What the hell had been the point of dumping me down here without even a stitch of clothing? The beam of the flashlight grew further away. I realized with horror that they were going to leave me here, in the pitch blackness and chilling, scummy water. Even Bert's presence was better than that. I shouted after them, but they were already gone. It was the deepest darkness that I had ever known. Something splashed into the water. I wished that I had looked in the opposite direction, that I had gotten some idea of the way ahead while I could. Because now all that I could do was feel my way blindly along the stone. And there was light up ahead, the same dim, eerie gaslight that illuminated the whole complex. I didn't want to move toward it, but waiting in the foul water was even worse. The slow sloshing of my footsteps felt like some kind of countdown. I didn't understand what the round space was until another grate clanged down behind me. I was in a pit about 30 feet across, constructed of slick, rough brick. Shadowy figures looked down at me. I could hear chatter and the clinking of glasses above. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I realized that the space above had the same gaudy style as the ballroom that we had been marched through before. The faces watching were also familiar. I recognized Bert, the boss, several of the other gangsters and their victims, as well as Rosha. At some point, she had been forced to change into one of the same sheer flapper dresses that the other girls wore, complete with a feathered headband. A red velvet rope lowered into the pit. A shirtless figure scrambled down it. He had the same sores and wide, light-deprived pupils as the others, but he was barely more than a teenager. My stomach turned at the thought that kids grew up down here, surrounded by decadence, decay, and violence. They became the next generation of killers. And that was why I hadn't been gunned down on sight. They had been saving me, I realized, to serve in this boy's initiation ritual. He spat, flexed, and cracked his neck. Somebody tossed a pair of switchblades into the ankle-deep water. "Time for your first blood, Joey." The boss's voice rumbled down from on high. "Show us his guts in you," he said to me. "If you win, you and your girl can walk out of here. No strings attached. How's that for a deal?" As an answer, I stooped, snatched the knife, and held it at the ready. The boy kicked his up and caught it with a flourish. He puffed his chest out at me, trying to look intimidating, but the uncertainty in his eyes was obvious. His muscular build had made him look older than he was. Now that we were face to face, I was sure that he couldn't have been more than 14 years old. Now I was no Navy SEAL, but the agency didn't hire anyone who couldn't handle themselves in a fight. The kid lunged, but he didn't overextend. Somebody had trained him well. He kicked water at my face before his next cut, but the motion threw him off balance. I dived in and shoulder tackled him while he still had one hand in the air. The boy tried to stab downward into my shoulder, but the blade fell from his hands and clattered away. The room echoed with boos and cheers. I lifted my knife on high and the boy cringed. I hesitated, and that was all the advantage that he needed. He elbowed the side of my head and rolled me. He pinned my wrist, bashing it again and again into the ground until I let go of my only weapon. His strong, bone-white fingers gripped my throat. As I struggled to break free, he headbutted me, and then leaned in and whispered into my ear, "Play dead. Even if you win, they'll shoot you anyway." It sounded much less like a lie than what the boss had told me. The boy pretended to strangle me, and I played along. My nose was already bleeding, and the blood in the water made the lie look more real than it might have otherwise. "Oh, that was quick," Bert complained. From where I floated with my eyes shut tight, I could hear the clunking of his enormous antique gun. "Oh, say boss, how about I light him up a little bit? That guy had me running all over the city." "Save it," the boss cut in. "I need you to go take out this law student up by Devon Avenue. She's been asking some ugly questions about where the public works money goes." Still grumbling, Bert lumbered off. "That was some fast thinking, Joey. I was afraid that he had you for a minute." The boy's footsteps splashed as he walked to the pit wall and scrambled back up the velvet rope. Rosha was crying. "Flush him," the boss sighed. Another grate screeched open. Water flooded into the pit, lifting me up and carrying me along with it. I was swept down a second filthy passage. Clumps of algae, discarded cans, and worse things brushed against me as I passed. The light at the end of the tunnel was getting further and further away. I clenched my teeth to keep from crying out as I bumped against a pile of something jagged. I couldn't see what this stuff was, but it was everywhere, piled so thick and tall that water could barely slip through. As something brushed against my bare foot, I reached out and gripped it, afraid that it was some kind of horrible underground creature. But it was only the leg of the pants that I had been wearing earlier. The rest of my possessions followed behind. They had been disposed of right along with me, and among them was my waterproof headlamp. I switched it on and finally realized what the water had pressed me up against. Human bones, an entire wall of them, clotted with the ragged remnants of clothes and belongings. Although some were adult, the majority were the malformed remains of those younger, the unwanted, I suppose, of the human monsters upstairs. At the top of the hideous mound, there was another grate. I climbed hand over hand, trying not to think about what supported me, or how long it would be able to hold my weight. The grate above was locked, of course it was. I had avoided a quick death by gunfire only to earn a longer, far more terrible one of starvation in the dark. There was another splash in the water down below, similar to the one that I had heard earlier. I angled my headlamp down. Half a dozen blind, red eyes stared back at me. Maybe my death wasn't as far away as I had thought. Just as I had feared, they were the biggest rats that I had ever seen. Their lips peeled back when they saw me. They climbed hungrily and without a hint of fear, given the pile around them. I figured they had been surviving on human flesh for quite some time now. I kicked at the nearest one. It dodged easily, leapt, and sank its fangs into my leg. It was the size of a cat, its black fur sleek and oily beneath my fingers as I fought to pull it away. Another sprang onto my back, its tiny claws scratching at my bare shoulder as it struggled to get closer to my neck. Its wormy tail was at least a foot long. Loose bones slipped beneath my feet, splashing into the water below. I was losing my balance, and more rats were already scurrying up the pile of bones. "Hit him in the eyes," a voice hissed from above me. It was the boy, Joey. "They don't like that." It wasn't as easy as he had made it sound, but it worked. While I swatted away the vermin, Joey unlocked the grate. After scrambling through and slamming it down on the gnashing teeth below, I asked him why he was helping me. "The boss says we're better off down here, where we can do what we want and take what we want. He says the ones above have made themselves weak through too much easy living. But I've been outside once with Bert, back when I was barely old enough to walk. I want that, not this. If I can get you out of here, will you help me?" And dripping and shaken, I nodded. I had one condition, however. We weren't leaving without Rosha. In the wavering light of my headlamp, I saw Joey grit his teeth. "Oh, those guys' brains might be rotten from the sickness and too much booze, but they're not dumb. I used Bert's keys to get out of here, and it won't be long before he notices that they're gone. If I waltz back in there, he'll gut me without a second thought. It's too dangerous." I shook my head. I was going back for her, I told him, with or without his help. My heart raced. If he called my bluff and left me alone in this maze of dripping tunnels, I was a dead man. The pale boy sighed. He gestured for me to follow him. We went up a ladder and through a narrow, cobwebby shaft until he reached another one of those solid steel doors. He pressed his ear against it and listened. The clack of the key turning in the lock was horrifically loud. Its hinges creaked beneath so much heavy metal. We stuck our heads into another gas-lit hallway. It looked empty. Heaven, drunken piano notes echoed up from the ballroom. "Come on," Joey murmured. "They keep the girls down here." The hallway that he had led me to was lined with bolted, scratched-up doors. Somebody was weeping inside one of them. "My ma was locked up in one of these rooms almost all her life," Joey was saying. "And then one day she was just gone. Outlived her usefulness," the boss said. And then he laughed. "Your girl will be in that one at the end of the hall, if the boss isn't with her already." I ran to the last door on the left and unbolted it. Rosha looked up from where she sat in the corner of the bed, a trembling glass of whiskey in her hand. Pressing a finger to my lips, I gestured toward the hallway. As she sprang to her feet, I smelled cigarette smoke and heard the click of a pistol hammer being pulled back. "Every time a door opens in this place, I get a buzz down in my office," the boss sneered. "Or didn't you know?" The boss and two of his pearly-skinned goons stood to my right. Bert was on my left, his enormous Tommy gun in hand. There was no sign of Joey. "How the hell did you get out of that pit?" the boss chuckled. "You know what? I don't want to know. Nice seeing yous." He squeezed the trigger. I flung myself back through the door of Roche's cell. Two splintered craters appeared in it where I had been standing seconds before, and then I noticed the smoke. "What's that?" the boss shouted. "Smells like something's on fire. Bird, go see what's burning. I'll take care of these two." Rosha and I crouched behind the tattered stained mattress. There was nowhere else to take cover. Had Joey set the blaze as a distraction? If so, I hoped he knew what he was doing. The boss, meanwhile, didn't seem to be in any hurry. He strode slowly into the room, firing a lazy shot at our hiding place. Clouds of dust and feathers flew up from where the bullet had ripped through the cloth. For the first time since this nightmare had begun, I felt myself giving up. Here I was, hundreds of feet beneath the city that I thought I knew so well, about to be murdered by some diseased, rotted gangsters who still lived like it was the 1930s. The boss's bulk was blocking the door. He had 3 shots left in his revolver. There was no way out of this. No way that we were leaving this squalid little room alive. Before I knew what was happening, Rosha had sprung to her feet and gripped the brass table lamp and flung it at the boss's head. The impact barely staggered him, but it was enough. Rosha and I darted past and out the door before he could reestablish his aim. We started coughing almost immediately. Whether it was due to the confined space or the dusty filth of what was burning, I wasn't sure, but the air was thick with cloying smoke. Joey waved at us through the haze, indicating a way out. The boss's next 2 shots went wide as we ran to him. I could hear the big man cursing and shouting behind us, the chamber of his revolver nearly empty. My skin seemed to crackle in the heat. I pressed the cloth of my wet shirt over my face. I was sweating more than I ever had in my life, and with each passing second it was getting harder and harder to breathe. The staircase that we took crumbled into embers as we sprinted up it. From the rubbery odor in the air, the soles of my shoes were beginning to melt. The lights went out. Somebody had shut off the gas that powered the place's antique lighting. The only illumination now was the orange glow of distant flames. The hallway ahead ended in a T. Wails, screams, and a burst of gunfire reverberated from the left. Our little group veered right. Joey led us past a slime-covered empty swimming pool and through the remains of what appeared to have once been a bowling alley. Its peeling plaster now hung like Spanish moss from the ceiling. They really had given themselves every luxury down here, and now it was all going up in flames. I grunted in pain as my toes bashed against a table leg. With the fire so far away, it was nearly impossible to see. And then Joey opened a door and the fire roared in. The boy sprung back with a scream. I could sense him beginning to panic. The fire had changed course and burnt up his plans along with the gaudy wallpaper. "You got this," I reminded him. "You know all the ways out of here, and we're going to get to one before they find us." Joey looked at the wickedly curling flames in front of us and nodded. He didn't look convinced. We doubled back, and although we hadn't seen or heard anyone, I found myself still scanning the dark corners for Bert. The hallway where we had heard the gunfire was now suspiciously empty. As we crept down it, I knew that I would feel this hellish heat and see this awful orange glow in my nightmares until the day that I died. The smoke grew thicker every second until at last, we were in front of a thick metal door. The same one that we had come in through, I realized. Joey's fingers shook as he fiddled with the keys. "It's not working," he coughed. "Birdie must have changed the locks." The fire was here now, creeping around the corner like a living thing. "Give me those." Rosha grunted through the cloth that she held over her face. The padlock gave in on her second try. Joey must have been too tense to realize they had been using the wrong key, but it didn't matter now. We rushed out into the damp but cool air of the drainage tunnels and didn't wait around to see if anyone followed. I switched on my headlamp and did my best to decipher a route back to the surface. "Do you think they escaped through one of the other exits?" Rosha asked. Joey shrugged. "I don't know. The boss and the rest of them can burn for all I care. To think that I used to look up to them, that I wanted to be like them." The boy trailed off sickened. I tried to slow my heaving breaths, swapped the beam of my headlamp from side to side, and I listened for footsteps that never came. 4 minutes later, we were standing beneath the rainy, light-polluted night sky, so happy that we could have kissed the concrete. Gawking at the bright lights and tall buildings, Joey muttered that he needed some place to lay low for a while. He was an undocumented miner, and even after a lifetime underground, he could guess how difficult that would make life up here on the surface. Rosha wanted to go straight to the authorities. I thought about the gray-haired woman who had threatened me earlier and told her that that probably wasn't a good idea. "There's a hotel used by the elite in town," Rosha told us. "A place with no cameras where nobody checks IDs, and they forget your face the moment that you're through the door. I'll get us a room and give you the number. But right now you need to get yourself shots for rabies, tetanus, and a dozen other things. Go see a doctor and don't worry. I can take care of the kid." "I'm not just some kid, you know," Joey protested. "I saved both your asses back there, and you better not forget it." We told him that we wouldn't. A haze of smoke from the underground blaze filled the rainy air. In the distance, I heard the wail of sirens. If we didn't want to answer some very uncomfortable questions, it was time to disappear. Rosha made a phone call, then gave me an address and a room number. As I watched her and Joey walk off into the night, I glanced uneasily over my shoulder at the mouth of the drainage tunnel. For some reason, I couldn't help but feel like I was making a terrible mistake. There was a heap of old magazines and newspapers in the lobby of the dingy 24-hour clinic that I had visited, and a few of them contained articles about Isaac Goldham's murder. A multimillionaire, a real estate developer. He had gotten into a dispute with the local government over his next build site, and while the official causes were blurry, I knew the true reason. The structure was going to be built right on top of the complex that Rosha and I had escaped from. There was a possibility that the construction would have brought to light the horror beneath our feet. I thought about all the whistleblowers and reformers who had died in the city under mysterious circumstances, and I felt a shiver run up my spine. How many of them had seen the same sight in their final moments? A man with pearly white skin and a half-rotten face, flexing a knife, a garrote, or automatic weapon in his gloved hands. A living ghost who couldn't be traced. The perfect assassin for those in power. With my doctor visit complete, I hurried to the hotel address. Just as Rosha had said, it was clearly a high-end place, but I never would have guessed its function from the outside. The desk clerk didn't look up when I crossed the lobby. My heart raced while I waited for the elevator to reach the 4th floor. I hadn't realized how much in a single day these people had come to mean to me. Maybe right now Rosha was drying her hair after showering off the filth of such a nightmarish day. Maybe the kid Joey was sitting transfixed in front of the color television. 414, that was their room number. But as the elevator doors opened, I realized that its door was standing open. There's no need to describe what I found on the other side. It was easy enough to imagine. A hotel for the elites, Rosha had said. And maybe the desk worker was more observant than he had appeared. Maybe the employers of those psychos had told their contacts to keep an eye out for a slim blonde woman and a buff, pale teenager. Maybe just as the woman in the police station had warned, no place in this city was safe for someone who knew what I knew. I could have chosen to stay and fight, but I didn't. The names involved are made up, but now, decades later, even the real ones have probably been forgotten. I retreated to the West Coast into calmer line of work, but I never forgot those 2 insane days. I never overcame the fear that one day the closet door will creak open and I'll find myself looking up at one of the boss's descendants, his mouth stretched wide in a syphilis grin.